and giving us.
I mean, Paul,
Mhm.
I have it on my desktop at home. Can you just write down what I need to log in to Microsoft Office from home?
Yeah,
Thanks.
Yes, it was on my computer.
Okay. Paul,
yes,
remember there's no one have it as like. You fixed it a long time ago.
I'll look at it.
Yeah.
It's
So
been a
there's
while.
Like 5 emails in that, but. 31's one of them.
Ready.
This is a special meeting of the Hollister City Council, March 6, 2023. The meeting is now called to order. It is 5 p.m. City Clerk, are there any public comments on our closed session items?
Mayor Casey, there are no public comments for any of the closed session items. Thank you.
City Attorney, can you please announce the closed session items?
Yes, Mayor and Council, item number 1, conference with real property negotiators per government code section 54956.8. The negotiation price and terms, property 190 Maple Street, Hollister, California 95023. Agency negotiator, assistant city manager David Lane, negotiating parties Renee Coons. Item number 2, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to paragraph 2 or 3 of subdivision B of section 54956.9, one case. Item number 3, government code section 54957, public employee performance evaluation, title city manager. Item number 4, government code section 54957, public employee discipline, dismissal, release, contempt.
May I have a motion to adjourn the closed session? I move. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 4-0.
Okay.
All right, this is a regular meeting of the Hollister City Council. The meeting is now called to order. It is 6:40 p.m. Councilmember Burns, could you lead us in the pledge of allegiance?
Ready to begin.
All right. City clerk, can you please call roll?
Councilmember Perez,
Present.
Councilmember Resendez,
Present.
Councilmember Morales,
President.
Councilmember Byrne,
Here.
and Mayor Casey.
Present.
The agenda for the City of Hollister City Council special and regular meetings of March 6, 2023 was posted on the bulletin board at City Hall at March 2nd, 2023 at 4:33 p.m. for Government Code Section 54954.2. Thank you.
City attorney, is there a reportable action in closed session?
Yes, Mayor and Council, during closed session, Councilmember Burns made a motion to terminate the city manager. That motion was seconded by Councilmember Perez. Councilmember Burns voted yes. Councilmember Perez voted yes. Councilmember Resendez voted yes. Vice Mayor Morales voted yes. Mayor Casey voted yes. The motion passed 5-0. The parties have issued a joint statement as follows. The city of Hollister has decided to go in a different direction with respect to the city manager position. Thank you.
City clerk, are there public comments? Oh, sorry, we don't get it out that. All right, let's go to proclamations. So. The Girl Scouts have to come forward. All right. This is a proclamation declaring March 12th to 18th, 2023 as Girl Scout Week. Whereas March 12th, 2023 marks the 111th anniversary of Girl Scouts of the USA, founded by Juliet Gordon Lowe in 1912 in Savannah, Georgia. And whereas Girl Scouts build girls of courage, confidence, and character who make their communities and world a better place. And whereas Girl Scouts of San Benito County delivers life-changing programs that encompass life skills, STEM, the outdoors, entrepreneurship, and civic engagement. And whereas through service projects, Girl Scouts develop the skills needed to identify issues affecting our community and environment and work to create meaningful and lasting solutions. And whereas throughout its long and distinguished history, Girl Scouts has inspired millions of girls and women with the highest ideals of leadership, character, and service. Now, therefore, I, Mia Casey, Mayor of the City of Hollister, on behalf of the entire City Council, do hereby applaud the commitment Girl Scouts of San Benito County has made to support the leadership development of the girls in our community, and proudly proclaim March 12th to 18th, 2023 as Girl Scout Week. In witness whereof, I set my hand and cause to be affixed the seal of the City of Hollister this 6th day of March 2023. Congratulations. Clerk, are there any public comments for this item?
Mayor Casey, no, we do not have any public comments for this item.
All right, moving on to consent agenda. Would any members of the council or members of the public like to pull an item from the consent agenda? No. Are there any public comments on the consent agenda items?
Mayor Casey, we do not have any public comments for any of the consent agenda items.
Okay, may I have a motion to adopt the consent agenda?
Move to adopt motion consent as presented by staff.
Please, that's second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Yes.
Abstain. All right, motion carries. 4-0 to 1. Moving on. Okay, this is the time for anyone in the audience to speak on any item not on the agenda and within the subject matter jurisdiction of the council. Speaker cards are available in the lobby and are to be completed and given to the city clerk before speaking. When the city clerk calls your name, please come to the podium, state your name and city for the records, and speak to the city council. If you're joining us via Zoom, please click on the bottom of your screen to raise your hand. If you're joining via Zoom using a cell phone, please press *9. Each speaker is limited to 3 minutes with a maximum of 30 minutes per subject. Please note that state law prohibits the city council from discussing or taking action on any items that aren't on the agenda. City clerk, do we have public comment?
Yes, Mayor Casey, we do. The first speaker is Francisco Diaz.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, City Council members, and residents of the city of Hollister. My name is Francisco, a San Juan Bautista resident, but I am employed here in Hollister. And I'm here on behalf of the Elections Office to formally invite you and the residents of the city of Hollister to attend one of our upcoming election workshops that will take place in March 23rd. At this workshop, the Election Office seeks input from the public on their election administration plan. The election administration plan is essentially a comprehensive 90 to 100-page report that outlines how we're going to carry out our election duties. These include things like vote center location, drop-off locations, and also the type of outreach that we're going to be doing throughout the year. This may seem a little bit early, but we only have 365 days as of today to prepare for the upcoming elections. Once again, I invite everyone to attend our election workshop. We will have Spanish translators on site, and we also have American Sign Language translators that will be available upon request. However, if anybody does miss this opportunity, we are going to record it as well to provide it for the public after. I left some flyers on the back of the room in case anybody would like a copy of it. And you can also reach out to the elections office at 831-636-4016 if you have any questions. Thank you.
The next public speaker we have is Scott Perry.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Scott Perry. I'm a longtime resident of Hollister, California. I live in Southside Estates, which is adjacent to Lad Lane. And I don't know if you know what's going on there or not right now, but
Excuse me, sir, I just wanted to let you know, we're actually going to be covering that in the agenda item coming up. If you want to speak then.
people will speak.
So Mayor Casey, the one for the traffic calming is general and the one speaks specifically to Lad Lane.
Okay, please.
So anyway, I don't know if you know the situation that's going on down there on Land Lane, but it looks like, again, airstrip down there, they got cones all over the place. It was done before, when Ignacio was in office, and he said it was a mistake. It was going to be corrected. And this is what they corrected it with. I don't know how anybody would approve of something like this. I have family members that live in Texas that saw this on Jim Fallon. Pretty embarrassing. You know, what they did down there. I mean, when we come out of our parking lot, out of the development there, I can't even get out of my own development, pulling my trailer that I bring to my house to unload and load when I go on a trip with my family. I can't even get out of my own development without going over the center divide or going over those cones. And yet this somehow got approved. I don't know who approves this and why and how they get this approved. It's a joke. They did the same thing over there on Cienega Road where they put 3 roundabouts over there. Two of the roundabouts are no longer functional. One is still functional. The city doesn't maintain it. The city has not enough people to maintain everything that they've done. They pinstripe all the road down there in that lane. Who's gonna maintain all that? They can't maintain the roads they have now. And yet they went ahead and did this. It's an absolute joke, and I think something needs to be done about it. I don't know the solution, but what they did is a joke, because by pulling out, you can't see cars when you're pulling out, because all those cones are blocking everything. There could be a kid hiding by in there. You would never see it. And it's actually made it so distracting when you're going down there. You feel like you have a cop behind you, you feel like you're gonna get pulled over because you're weaving down like this through the whole thing. I just don't know how you think like this could be approved in the city like that, and I think it needs to be taken care of, and that's my two input. Thank you.
The next speaker is Jerry Wright.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. I'm Jerry Wright, and I live in Hollister. I lived here for 14 years in the south side of states. And Lad Lane used to be a wonderful road, but as you know, it's not the same anymore. And I feel that there needs to be a left-hand turn made at Hillock, because many people come onto Lad Lane to go to Target, and there's no left-hand turn position made in that road. There's just one lane there, and you know where the left-hand turn lane has now been made all painted and covered with those little yellow bumps or something, so that everybody lines up behind all the left-hand turn people. The other suggestion, or the other thing I feel about Lad Lane is that the poles need to be removed, because when I come out of Hall Drive and I cannot see the cars coming from the right and the left because the poles impair my vision. It's not clear. Heaven forbid there should be a child coming down somewhere, because I wouldn't see them. So I think those are very dangerous. And we too have a travel trailer that we cannot get into our house to load and unload when we travel. I think those things need to be changed, and I think the lines need to be straightened so there's less confusion. If you have bike lanes, and that's fine, those lines are straight. But the lines between the bike lines and the center need to be just removed, as well as the poles. The poles now are so close that it's not safe. And thank you for listening to me. Thank you.
The next speaker is Gary Byrne.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, City Council, for a few minutes. A few weeks ago, I heard there was a request for a report on the Disaster Preparedness Fund that the Community Foundation is managing on behalf of the county. So I'm here just to give you a very simple overview on what we've taken in and what we have sent out. So as soon as there is a FEMA disaster in any county in California, the local Community Foundation is asked by the state of California and the local county to open up a disaster recovery fund. And that's exactly what it is. It's a recovery fund that will help after disaster happens. Many times we have local nonprofits who will be on site and will help the families immediately when the disaster happens, and then the recovery fund kicks in the recovery stage. So that's what normally happens. So we open up the fund immediately when the disaster happens, and we have received grants or donations of $132,000 from 39 donors. 115,000 of that came from out of the county. Just to give you an idea, we went out and sought some grants from other foundations, and then some other donors, residents of San Benito who are no longer residents, but need that sent back donations up at the deep level of the county. Just to let you know, we received no federal, no state, no county, and no city money. It was all private donations. What have we done with it? To date, we have given out 115 gift cards, either to Target or to First Five, or to Big Five, to families or individuals. 2 weeks ago, we had a beautiful event. It was a very low-key event. We had a breakfast event for 39 families from Lovers Lane who came down to the epicenter and gave them all cash grant. to help them on their recovery. It was a beautiful experience for all of us. And we are also granting out to 4 local organizations that are helping families on the ground. One of the organizations you're probably not very familiar with is called CAFF, it's Community Alliance of Family Farmers. They work with our local farmers. The other thing that people don't realize is that we can only grant in San Benito County. We cannot grant to our neighboring counties. So all the money that we've collected stays here in the county. We are also giving a grant to the food bank. They have been a wonderful partner, done a tremendous job. We're giving a grant to the vets organization who helped out, particularly when I say a special thanks to the city staff. When the people were at the vets, you guys did an incredible job. And the last organization that we're going to grant out to is the Salvation Army. We will have some money left over, and then when the families are going to be relocated in their new homes, we will grant out all the rest of the money to help them with furnishings and just to replenish all the stuff that they've lost. So, and then the other thing I would say to you is, please, if you ever have any questions, I'd love to come to your meetings, so please pick up the phone and ask. You know, if there's, it's meant to be very transparent. We never reveal who the donors are, because that's very confidential, and most people, thank you very much.
The next speaker is Rebecca Freeman. Rebecca Freeman?
Yes.
I can't.
Madam Speaker, and the rest of the council. I'm a resident, my name is Rebecca Freeman. I'm a resident here in Hollister, also 4 years. There was a issue where I live, an encampment of homeless people right behind the quick stop store there, in front of our homes, and I'm here speaking on behalf of pretty much everybody in our housing complex. The people in there want to know what's going to be done about the homeless problem, because not only is there a homeless problem, people are dying right in front of my house. It's like a drama going on. I don't need to watch TV, because every other day the sirens are going, people are being taken out in stretchers and ambulances, the coroners there. It's horrible. Those are people's children that are dying right in front of my house, right in front of the other residents of that complex, their homes. You know, there's this people using drugs out in the open. You drive by with your children in the car, you see people shooting up whatever they're shooting up. It's just an awful, awful thing to have to witness. I have been on this world some 65 years now, and I've never seen anything like it right out in the open, where people are just getting, you know, they're doing their drugs right there where you can see them, where your children are saying, "Mommy, what's that person putting in their arm?" You know, it is a horrible, horrible situation over there, and it's not getting better. It's getting worse. First it was just one person dying. Now there's been a second person dying, and something has got to be done. It's a very serious problem. The last mayor would have the officers come in and move the people out, and they come right back. Move them out, and they come right back. So there needs to be a permanent situation to resolve this and get those people somewhere where they are safe, you know, and where our homes won't lose value and whatnot, because of, you know, people in the community knowing what's going on there. People are already putting their homes up for sale because they don't want to be a part of this crisis that's happening there. So I'm just asking for everyone that I know in my neighborhood, and on behalf of all of the families there, that you will please address it before there are more deaths, before there are more situations where people are being harmed in any way. You know, I mean, that's just the epitome of the thing. There's other things that I'm not privy to that are going on there and has been going on there
way before you came in. I'm sorry you got this situation, but here we are. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
The next speaker is Cam Arrington.
Thank you for letting me come to speak with you. I guess we're doing the Lad Lane South Side now, but that's what I'm here to speak about. Clearly those who have driven it before know it's one of the best roads that we had in Hollister. It doesn't have any driveways leading onto it. It was a nice 4-lane road that had a 40-mile-per-hour speed limit. Should have stayed that way. The issues that I see, some of them have been discussed, but one of the main ones, you have a chance, go to the Lad Lane Elementary sometime when they're dropping off or picking up their kids. Because cars are parked right there where everyone's trying to drive. You can't get in and out of your car. Some child's gonna get hit at one point because the road's been so narrow that you can't navigate that area. Left turn lanes, trying to get onto Lad Lane is a disaster. You have to drive 5 to 10 around a roundabout. Well, people are going 25 to 50 sometimes, and you can't see them because of the reflectors that have been placed. The reflectors are really distracting at night. I mean, I don't know, someone with a seizure disorder perhaps is gonna have a seizure going down that road. It's crazy. I've noticed more people are avoiding Lad Lane and South Side and they're driving through the neighborhoods now. So, that clearly didn't solve the situation for the neighborhoods and the safety of the children in the neighborhoods. I'm not sure why the roundabouts were placed where stop signs are located. On South Side, there's a four-way stop and there's a roundabout that was placed in that intersection. That doesn't make any sense. It's not the purpose of a roundabout. There's already 4 stop signs. Everyone has to stop. Everyone takes their turn to go. Now we have to make our way around the roundabout. And then I guess something that's just annoying to me is the supersized street reflectors that people are going to hit and they're going to damage car suspension. I propose that those roads be returned to their former state. Just get rid of the lines, get rid of all the reflectors. They were beautiful roads. They served a good purpose, made it so that you could get from one place to another in Hollister. We've never considered doing this on 4th Street coming in and out of town, but that's basically what's been done with these roads. Thank you.
The next speaker is Valeria Juarez.
Hello and good afternoon. My name is Valeria Juarez. I'm resident of Hollister and the Left Youth Council 105 president. With me are Antonio, our treasurer, and Vanessa Sanchez, our advisor. We are here today to ask for the city council to allow us to raise the DACA flag we have here in order to show support to our fellow DACA recipients. What is DACA? It stands for Deferred Action to Childhood Arrival. It is an administrative relief that protects immigrants who came to the U.S. and need children from death. It is important for us to raise the flag to show support to those who are not recipients. We're students, we are educators, we are siblings, we're parents, we're everywhere. We are here and we are present. If you do allow us to raise this flag, we ask for you to allow us for you to be part of the flag raising. We are part of San Benito County. We need to show support. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Roger Pullenberg.
Hello, Mayor and City Council, thank you so much for giving us this opportunity to talk a little bit about Natalie and Southside. This is the road calming project that has occurred on those roads. I'd like to echo what has been said about the boondoggle that has become Lag Lane and Southside. It used to be beautiful roads, easy to navigate, and now it's just confusion and chaos as you're trying to drive down the road, especially if you try to drive down it with a SUV or a large truck pulling a trailer. You know, it's just a nightmare. A couple of things, it's been mentioned about how both Talbot and Paul has kind of turned into blind intersections. You can't see the cars, you know, coming down because of all those poles, and you get right angles and the poles completely block your view of the vehicles. And unless they're driving an SUV, then you're not going to see it. So you have to actually pull into the lane. Pulling into the lane then makes it so that that car that's coming directly toward you is almost hitting you as it goes around this traffic circle. So it's a dangerous situation. That needs to be changed right away. Get rid of the poles. When you're at the traffic circle and you're from one of these side streets, traffic's going 25 plus miles an hour. In order to navigate around this, you have to go 5 to 10 miles an hour. And so you're pulling into traffic that's going fast. If you're going during busy time, during when the elementary school is in session or getting in session, you know, it's very difficult. And it's once again chaos, and it's a dangerous situation. And so the other thing about the traffic circles is they're black rubber, and they're extremely difficult to see at night, almost impossible to see at night. They painted yellow stripe around the top and yellow stripe around the base, which just at nighttime looks like a yellow circle, 2 yellow circles in the middle in the road. And so I can see people damaging the vehicles as they hit these, and you can already see some of them have been hit. Just because you cannot see these things at nighttime. Another one is the new lane. It's so narrow, you know, I don't know, somebody has a small mini car to maybe navigate this, but most of the time you're hitting either the turtles in the side, in the middle of the road, or you're getting close to these cones that they just put up. The other thing is we've seen kids as they're walking home playing on these traffic circles. You know, it's kind of turned into a playground, and it's got it looks like a playground. And so these kids run out to the circle and then run back as they're going across the road and stuff. And so it's a dangerous situation. Sometimes drivers stop at these traffic circles. Maybe they've been on South Side and see the 4-way stop. So they stop, which causes a confusing situation because they're not supposed to stop. They're supposed to drive. So I recommend rip it all out, put it back to the way it was, put stop signs just at those intersections, and you solve your traffic problem, you solve your speeding problem. And if people speed through, officers can easily see somebody who's ran a stop sign. So it'd be a simple solution for a very complicated problem now. Thank you.
The next speaker is Matthew Rojas.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Matthew Rojas, Hollister resident for a little over 3 years now. I want to tell you guys about an incident that occurred just to bring it to the city's attention. Hopefully, the city can do something down the road in the future, hopefully sooner than later. On Friday evening, my husband and I went out to dinner downtown, and then we stopped by the Steep Creek for a nightcap. While we were there, we ordered a cocktail. It was kind of dead that night. We decided to play some music on the jukebox, and a patron there who turned out to be a regular, I guess, was upset for us being there and kept making remarks. Turn that faggot music off. Get these faggots out of here. I'm not one to let somebody disrespect me, so I spoke up. It's not faggot music, it's just music. Sorry, I'm breathing and I'm here. Sorry, you're not to deal with people like me. And then we were asked to leave. We were asked to leave because we made a regular uncomfortable. So the bar chose a regular patron who, in a way, enacted violence, threatened to harm us at one point. Instead of him being asked to leave, we were asked to leave for just purely being. So what I understand, you know, you can't control people, obviously. You can't make people say certain things or not say certain things. You can't control what comes out of their house, but what a business can control is how they react to the situation. I think the city for far too long, no fault of their own, has indicated to a certain type of people. Now that more people are moving here, there's gonna be a very much diverse population that is already unfolding. So I think it's time that the city does something about that. Has some diversity inclusion training for local businesses. Not that they can, again, stop anyone from saying whatever they want to say, they're perfectly allowed to voice whatever they want to say. But a business can control how they respond, how they intervene, and how they protect underrepresented people like myself. So I would just hope that the city in time would consider enacting some sort of training for something for businesses and their employees to have some diversity training on how to handle situations when like this happens. It's not going to be the last time this happens. Definitely wasn't the first time I've experienced something like this, but you can't control how you respond within a business company. I unfortunately won't be spending any more money at Whiskey Creek, and that sucks because small businesses, you want to support them, especially here in Hollister. It's all they got is people like us here. Unfortunately, they're not going to be getting my money. Thanks.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Elias Salinas.
I'm not able to talk, but
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. I'd like to start off with saying how extremely disappointed I am that the council decided to terminate your city manager, Brett Miller. I would like to remind you that each one of you were elected, and it is your duty, based on your campaign, that you're going to do what is best for this entire community. Let me remind you that policy should always come before politics. The position of city manager has for a long time been on a teeter-totter position. When you don't agree with wanting to put something on the agenda based on a one-on-one or on a phone call. Not any one of you individual members should be picking up the phone, calling staff and asking staff to do something. That is done through the city manager. It is his or her job to then lead staff and go by what the recommendation is of your city council. If you want an action, it is an action brought by the council and not by an individual council member telling the city manager what to do. I have been saying this for a long time, and I'm very disappointed that now it's come to having to have Brett Miller leave. This was happening with Billy Rivera, and Billy Rivera was a different personality than Brett Miller. And now you have, you're going to have an interim city manager, and you're putting that same interim city manager in the same position. You don't abuse your title to tell the city manager what to do on an individual basis. You come forth as a city council member. You're currently lacking transparency and accountability for the actions that have happened. You have a specific period of time with which to respond to the public, to let the public know why Brett Miller is no longer here. And you're still under that. Let's not forget that not too long ago, you had a grand jury report come through. Make sure that that grand jury report goes along with, you all go along with the recommendations to improve what is the best for the city, as well as protecting the city staff and your city manager. Thank you.
Mayor Casey, on Zoom, we have Berlene Ortiz.
Hi. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Okay. Hi, council. Thank you for having me tonight. Calling to complain or like I'm asking for help to resolve an issue in regards to the homeless situation that we have behind the quick stop behind San Felipe Road. Last Thursday, there was like a chemical explosion. Actually blew up twice one time while I was on the phone with the firefighters. And it was right in front of my house on the second floor. So I am very disturbed by everything that's going on there. I constantly am calling 911 to report fights and screaming and yelling and just all of the things that are going on there, and it's very disturbing, and I'd like for that situation to be remedied. I'm also on the line because I believe that the children at Calaveras Elementary School and Middle School deserve a better campus, bathrooms to be remodeled, playgrounds to be remodeled. They don't have a TK kindergarten separate area. They go to recess with kids. The TK and kinders go to recess with kids that are all the way up to the second grade, and that's very disturbing for the kids and the parents there. They don't have an outdoor eating area where the rain is not coming through the top of the roofing where there's solar panels. So there's a lot of the times they're standing in the rain to get in line out there. So we definitely need for those kids to have a remodeled school or a new campus. I also believe that the city needs a new library. The one on like near 4th Street is very outdated and very old, and children need a place to go that, it's much nicer than that. We're paying very, very high taxes, and that's where it should be going. Also, the traffic needs to be regulated. There needs to be another 4-way stop on Raven and Main Street. And on Santa Ana going towards San Felipe Road, also the traffic needs to be regulated, the timing of the lights and things like that. And maybe, excuse me, on Santa Ana going towards San Felipe, it needs to be lines painted if there's only strictly a right turn onto San Felipe Road, or strictly 2 lanes going straight, or is there just 1 lane, or whatever the case may be. There's confusion there. And that light, there is no green turn light, so it's a green light. So you have an option of going straight or right, or straight or left, or whatever the case may be. There's no green arrow, which is going to start causing a lot more accidents. Thank you for your time.
The next speaker is Teresa Walker Shaw.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Teresa Walker Shaw, and I'm a homeowner at the Lanes in Allendale. And I would first like to thank the mayor. I had written a letter in regards to the problem with the unhoused on the railroad track off of Buena Vista, and which my neighbor reiterated what my 2 neighbors said something about. And I had written a letter with an urgent request, and I listed everything in the letter already. But one of the things I wanted to also point out is that I had complained to Pacific Gas and Electric, because where the explosion happened is near the power grid. So when that explosion happened at 2 a.m. in the morning, that's the first thing I said, oh my God, it's the power grid. But then my lights were on, and then I realized, okay, it's not the power grid. And then it was a second explosion. And so I understand that 1/2 of the track belongs to the railroad, but I'm just asking if we can just start with maybe working on the side near the retainer wall, and then we can deal with the railroad, because I know that if you write them and they do not respond, and that you can give them a warning letter and you can do whatever needs to be done and build them. Now, I also want to thank you. I did get a letter from the code enforcement officer, and someone will be out this week, and also from the mayor to clean up, and just looking for a more long-term solution, because they're just going to come back the next day when they clean up. He did say I recommended they put, no trespassing signs, and he said that they're going to do that as well this week when they come out. I want to thank you for your time, and maybe you can do an emergency ordinance, just suggesting. Have a good evening. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Benjamin Lozano.
Hello.
Hi, we can hear you. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, yeah, I'm sure it sounds like a broken record, but I just wanted to comment about Lad Lane. The traffic calming measures put in place, I have no issue with. The problem was when they did this and they put up the plastic bollards on Lad Lane, they went ahead and they removed about 60% of the parking for the school. So I sent out an email with some pictures. I hope you all got it, and I just wanted to make sure you got that email. And like my issue, you want to put up the plastic cones or the bollards? That's
So,
Our next speaker is Joseph White.
Good evening, thanks to you for giving me the time to speak. I'm here about another traffic matter. I guess you were gonna have it on the agenda, but I guess we're talking about it now. Is Buena Vista, the speed bumps on Buena Vista need to be removed. At least a few of them. I mean, I kind of understand why you want some near the school, your Colorado school, but it does not need to be along the entire stretch of that street. There's around 15 speed bumps that you're going over in like a mile. These things are made of rubber. They have a 20-mile-per-hour warning speed limit on them, but these are not rated for 20 miles per hour. You hit these things at 20 miles per hour, and it feels like the whole car is going to fall apart. It's ridiculous that this street has so many speed bumps on it that I've had to get my brakes done 2 years ago and again just 2 months ago because I have to stop at so many of these speed bumps every day. I'm tired of it. So that's all I really have to say. They need to go.
Mayor Casey, those are all of the public comments we have.
So I'm gonna do one second city manager report.
Real quick, as one of the commenters mentioned for the railroad, there will be a cleanup tomorrow, and our police department, in partnership with their code enforcement division, has created a partnership with the railroad and the railroad lieutenant, as well as working with them to get some signs put out on the railroad, and we're going to assist with getting those installed as well. So we are taking action.
Training purposes.
No.
So move on to our presentation. We'll start with what?
Mayor, City Council, my name is Frederick Venture, I'm with City Hall. This presentation is about traffic calming in general. The PowerPoint was sent to council in November, and we were asked to present tonight and talk about it. And what this is focused a little bit on, I would call it the education process about what traffic calming does and how it works. Just going to start the first slide, please. So the first question is, what is traffic calming? Why do we implement it? So it's a roadway improvement implemented to reduce speed, encourage attentive driving, and it may reduce or shift traffic flow. The primary purpose is to slow traffic down, make our neighborhoods more livable, make the streets safer for our kids. That's the primary purpose of traffic calming. So there are basically 4 kinds of traffic calming measures. The first one is horizontal shifts. So that's where you shift the roads left and right over the side of it. The next one is vertical shifts. So that would be where you take people up speed humps, raise crosswalks, you can do speed tables. Road closures is very drastic. Maybe a good example is for downtown, where you actually close half the roads in the north on our left and right, you just maintain southbound. And then behavior changes. So what do we do
to make it friendly, to make it look good, right? To impact people's behavior about how they react around traffic calming measures. So let's talk about the horizontal shifts. For a good example, baby lad lane, right? So how do you shift traffic left and right? So if you have a long straight road, people will go faster. If you meander them, right? Then you can meander such that traffic slows down. And examples of these are lateral shifts, or we call it chicane. So that would be what you put inside the roadway. Curb extensions, that's shown in the picture. Diagonal diverters, an example of that. Putting in median islands, good example is probably central, and we put some central medians on central median areas, median islands and so on, and then realigning intersections, not all that common, but you can change an intersection so you don't have a very high speed movement through the intersection, and then a traffic circle or a mini roundabout. So the first one is lateral shifts, and here you can see some photos of what you do with a lateral shift. So you curve the road basically, and you then force the traffic to drive slowly. The design speed with the lateral shifts brings the speeds down of the traffic. It usually does not have a major effect. You do this on streets that are probably not residential streets, right? But more streets where you have slightly higher volumes. Like electric speeds, it can reduce up to 5% travel speeds on the roadways. You can see one of the drawbacks is that they still permissive speeding by drivers, and if you don't have the roadway width, you can afford cyclists to share on your car. Curb extensions is where you work on the curb to narrow the roadway. You reduce, so one of the benefits are a slight reduction in speed, and it can provide shorter pedestrian crossings. And it narrows the road to you drive slow. A diagonal diverter is one where you actually sort of corner to corner. You can see at the top right picture, and then you change the direction of flow. So this is where what you would implement where you have a lot of passing traffic through the neighborhood, and you want to force it to go elsewhere. It can also be designed to follow bicycle facilities and to allow for emergency vehicle access, so you don't impede on road services that you do want to promote in the city. Median barriers. So we have various options of median barriers. The first one is just in the median. Again, you narrow the road, you bring the speed down from I'm stopping the traffic, I need to slow down the speed. So the primary goal is to slow down speed. The picture in the middle shows what we call a snake treatment or a worm treatment, and that is where you basically eliminate the side street cross movements and you only allow the left turn movements. This could be done to control access, to prevent cut-through traffic, but this, similar to the diagonal diverter, will divert traffic to other roads, right? Because you're taking people's ability away to move on that specific crossroad. We also do median treatments, so median islands. That's really nice when you want to do pedestrian and bicycle crossings, and I'm going to show some examples on probably the next one of the next slides. We're doing that for pedestrians and cyclists on some of the streets. And then on the bottom left, you can see also again treatments to narrow the throttle road, slowly fast down. This is a median island, and the focus on that median island specifically at the pedestrian crosswalks. High visibility crosswalk. Without the flashing lights and having a beacon system, these are ideal for school sites. But we only want to do this basically where you have single lane streets. If you have multi-lane streets, it's not great for the kids because the outside lane cannot always see if the child's in the median, but especially there's a big traffic in the inside lane. Real line intersections, like I said, if there's a very heavy movement, people sort of just slip through some of the turns. And you will straighten that out, make a more perpendicular intersection to slow down the movements. So traffic circles and mini roundabouts. So they are very different to each other about how they're getting used on the roadway system. So the mini roundabout is very similar to a normal roundabout, in that there will be yield signs, and vehicles will slow down, and you can have pedestrian access, and the vehicles go around and go through. Traffic circles has the how very different is that you can still apply stop signs to traffic circles.
If you call a roundabout or a mini roundabout, you cannot call it a traffic circle, and the control measures would change. So you can have either side street stop control, or you can have yield control, or always stop control at a traffic circle. These are examples of the traffic circles, like I just said, can be stop control, and mini routes are yield control, and then the mini roundabouts are really in essence just the same functionality as a roundabout that you want to know about. Vertical shifts. So we spoke about how vertical shifts has probably the biggest effect on speed since people need to slow down. We have the speed push-ins, and we have raised intersections, and we also have raised crosswalk. Those are the three major ones that we see in traffic calming measures that cities do use to slow down traffic. The raised crosswalk is one where you only take the crosswalk, you elevate it. The benefit of that is number one, faster down. Number two is actually also elevates the pedestrian. So if you go to a school, you bring that child up a couple of feet or a foot, so the child can be seen better by drivers, right? So that's the major benefit of it. A lot of the cities use that school. Of course, it may impact emergency vehicles and response time. We'll get to that in a moment as well. Raised intersections is where cities actually raise the entire intersection inside of the curb returns. Again, as an example out, you're in the intersection, slow down and go down on the other side. A lot of cities like to do these in downtowns, where you do want slower traffic crossing through the intersection because there are so many pedestrians passing the intersection. Speed vision, speed humps, I think you've installed enough of those to know exactly what they do and how they work. So it is an easy, fairly inexpensive way to implement traffic calming measures, horizontal shifts on the roadway to slow vehicles down. You can do full combinations of these. To slow vehicles down as well. The biggest benefit is, you have, like I said, the biggest speed reduction happens with these vertical shifts. And then they quick impact emergency vehicles. And then the speed push-ins, cyclists don't like it too much, but you can place it such that the cyclists don't have to ride over them, or they can bypass them with the gaps in between. So emergency vehicle response times, when we started talking traffic calming measures with the city council and with the neighbors, the fire camera said, can you please tell us what the impacts are? So these were what I call response time flow diagrams. So it basically shows in color the 4-minute response time from your 3 stations within the Hollister, number 1, 2, and 3. So the first color means that the response time is 4 minutes. The darker color out goes to 6 minutes, and then the darkest color on the outside is the 8-minute response time. If you look at the detail of these maps, you will see that most of the city is actually within the 4-minute response time, except there's a small bit on the outside of the west side of the city, down 4th Street, that is outside the 4-minute response time. We did a test with brought their fire trucks and actually drove the speed push-ins of Buena Vista. And this with fire staff there, they determined that the fire truck can actually traverse those the speed humps and not have an impact on their fire response time. In the industry, we've seen between 6 seconds and 30 seconds total response time, depending on where it is and how fire decides to travel, to traverse these speed humps. The other thing we do is we place the speed push-ins such that the fire truck can actually traverse them. Now fire trucks have different wheel widths. So some fire trucks will have one wheel still in the gap between those two, and the other wheel may be a little bit on the side of it. But the bigger fire truck can actually cross them without having to drive over the speed hump. Cities often establish policies about how to deal with traffic calming measures on arterial roadways. Roads frequently used by emergency responders, but they may say, hey, on these roads, we do not want any traffic calming measures. And that may be a decision that cities make as well. A lot of cities actually do have policies about how to implement these. I don't believe Hollister has a policy about how to do traffic calming, how to address a request that comes in, how the neighbors sign off on it, how it gets implemented, how it gets maintained. Spoke a little bit about road closures, and so you can be partial to full road closures, diagonal or vertical is one. This is the other one. If you think about maybe again the downtown streets, and the near streets probably the best example. We had a road closure in the northbound direction, so you only get the southbound direction. So that was a traffic calming measure. So the big benefits to discourage cut-through traffic, as we know with downtown, improve pedestrian crossing safety, lot shorter cross sections, narrower roadways, narrower cross sections, and vehicles only in one direction. It shifts speeding and traffic volume to the next street over. We know that has happened. Vehicles picked up on Monterey Street, but we said that would happen with the conversion of downtown into a one-way cycle. It increased traffic slightly. And of course, the full closure would restrict emergency access. So, full closure always have impacts elsewhere that you can't anticipate. I always say you don't get rid of traffic, you just move it off. So be very careful about that. And then, of course, the behavior changes, right? So, can you do things in traffic calming that makes the street a neighborhood street? Can you have your sidewalks be striped in a way that people realize this is not a different type of, this actually is a different type of crosswalk. If you think about it, for schools, they have yellow striping, they have white striping for normal ones. So a lot of cities in the downtown areas, we use specifically artwork in the crosswalks to, again, generate a different feel of the environment that you're in. And more examples of the pavement treatment, colors and textures. And it does add value as sort of the final product of a lot of the traffic calming measures that we do implement. Probably some of the better examples are definitely Monterey has a few as you go down towards the ocean. All the Monterey trail crossings are striped already. San Jose downtown has a lot of these and that they implement everywhere. And so cities need to go for making this behavior and making it feel like neighbors have changed because of the measures that we implement. Radar speed limit signs have been pretty successful. The really nice thing about them is they become very inexpensive, and also they gather data. So you can actually, after a year of implementation, you can come back and say, what happened? Did the speeds go down after we implemented the traffic calming measures? It's not that you need to put your equipment out there again. These devices record on a daily basis every speed that goes by. A lot of the nuances about how you implement them and what you display, because if you going to display at 60 miles an hour, people, the young kids fight the speed and they say, oh, how fast can we go? And the technology in these radar devices have really progressed. Roundabouts and road guides, we spoke a little bit about roundabouts already. So for the bigger roundabouts, those are not really traffic calming devices on our arterial roadways, and some of our collectors use it as a control measure. So all it does is it affects how people actually enter and exit the intersection. Road guides is a way to actually slow down, what cities will say is, we have a 4-lane facility, we have not enough traffic to warrant that 4-lane facility. Let's do a road diet and have less lanes, provide the opportunity for bicycles to use the road, have their own right of way, but still maintain the capacity that needs a minimum operating condition for the city. Once you implement the road diet on the roadway. Again, road roundabouts, we're talking about that there are central islands, place of unsignalized intersection traffic control. The intent is that people slow down and you traverse through that roundabout at about 18, 22, 25 miles an hour. Right? So again, the reason for that is reduce accidents, increase safety, slow down for pedestrians. Road diet, like I said, is a lane drop that you drive, and we're going to show an example to tonight again on Cedar Chavez. You really need things to consider when implementing these traffic calming measures. It needs to be appropriate. Right? You look at the volumes, you look at the type of street, you look at the speed limits. Most of the concerns that neighbors have is actually safety. Right? People are driving too fast, our kids play outside. The latest is the people doing the donuts in the street. That's a big issue for many cities. How effective can be implemented? Does it work? big focus on bicycle and pedestrian safety because in the neighborhoods, those are the primary focus. If you look at your long range safety plan, it's focusing again on bicycle and pedestrian safety as well. So it's not just about cars. Parking is usually a big impact. If you remove parking, right, neighbors will be upset. And neighbors will always say the parking in front of my house is mine, and even though it's the city parking, right? Don't touch parking. That's my usually rule number one. Talked about the emergency vehicle and bus access, definitely on the community impact, is the benefits and the goals of the neighborhood met with these traffic calming measures. And a big element is noise, right? Capacity cars going, it's the noise of the engines, the donuts that people make in the intersections, it's at night, those are things that traffic calming help to mitigate. What is not traffic calming measures? So it's very important that you actually realize it. So stop signs and traffic signals are not traffic calming measures. Right? There's very explicit language in the manual for urban traffic control devices, and that's the traffic engineer's Bible for how we implement traffic control devices. So for stop signs and signals, have specific warrants that need to be met before they install. You will quite often see, and you get many requests for can we please do the stop sign. The stop sign warrant is not met, and you decide to install that stop sign, and there's an accident happening at that stop sign, the city will be sued, the city will lose because you did not follow the vote. It says don't put a stop sign in unless it's part of it. On-street parking is not a traffic calming measure, and it is a way of providing access to frontage. Striping in combination with some of the other measures, like the shifts, the vertical shifts, and the horizontal shifts that we spoke about, that by default, striping by itself will usually not from traffic. Streetscape or place making has to do with the environment that you create on the side of the road, right? So, if you have a wide road, that go down, and look like that, like one wide road with very little streetscape, and that goes to the businesses in the front. So that creates not a sense of, even though you're making space, the shops have the restaurants that have the seating out, that's not a traffic calming measure. Once you narrow the road and one direction, back in parking, that's in the traffic. Spoke about stop signs and signals already. The mobile trailers are usually good for rapid deployment. And quite a few cities use them, but they usually leave them out there for a week or two. At the moment you take the trailer away, then people will start riding them. So that's why I said those permanent installation of the speed and the feedback signs, which is sort of a version of the trailer, is probably better and a cheaper option. Enforcement is really important. Like the engineering is never a function by itself. There's the engineering, the education, and enforcement is like three legs, and a lot of people add other legs as well. If people speed and you can enforce, that will slow speeding down. Right? But I also know that the police can't do on every street all day long at night. Spoke about striping and on-street parking already. Placemaking we spoke about. And that's the last of the presentation general on traffic calming measures.
Questions on this?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to pass it this time. Thank you. I know we have projects coming up that will have specific.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Frederick, so you talked about the traffic calming measures, but how does the process work? Like, do we just go and say, Buena Vista, Lad Lane? How does it come about? And then can you just talk about from beginning to end what that looks like as far as like collecting data, involving the public, noticing the public before we make those types of decisions?
Great question. So for the majority of programs that we've done here, we've followed a very specific process, right? So there will be a complaint from the public that comes to staff, and staff would say, we have this concern, can you guys please look at it? So the first thing we do is what's happening on the street, right? What's happening out there right now? So we go take traffic counts, we collect some traffic safety data, so collision data, and we collect speed data. So those are the three elements. And then we also look for things like, are there schools on the street? And that's usually where a lot of parents have concerns because they're school. And once we get that data, right, and we compare it towards what should be happening, so if the speed limit is 40 and people are driving 60, right, those are things that sort of elevate the awareness of maybe there's a potentially if we implement the traffic calming. So in the outreach process, we'll first have a meeting, right, with the community where we can share some of this information. So if there was already a complaint, we have information to go to the public and say, here we go, we listened to you, we heard that you have concerns about speed and safety and accidents, and you know, the volume of vehicles on your residential street. And then we show them the results, and if they concur, then we can show them options on traffic calming. Right, and through that process, we show some layouts and elements of this traffic calming toolbox, you know, that they can pick or choose. And then, you know, from there we go back and we revise the concept design. Then we go back to the community again via another. So all these meetings gets noticed, and the standards in practice. And you know, I think from a lot of the local streets in COVID, we actually handed out a lot of flyers at individual homes, and it gets advertised in the newspaper. You know, so it's obviously a process of identifying the neighbors. Then we'll have another meeting where we actually then present some of the findings, right, of what we heard at the first meeting. We first say, what are your concerns? We go back and say, well, this is what you told us, this is what we designed, is that what you confirm it? Now, most of the time, people will say, yes, this is good, but maybe we want some more. Right? And we've actually, what we can share with you, I'll share a couple of instances where the community said we also want this and this and this, so we've gone back and we've designed those and once we felt that this community process is at a point where we've now listened to everybody, we do the design. This is it's not a full design, it's a concept layout. That then comes to council, and those are going to be the two we talk about tonight. And then council decides if we want to move forward. We've also in this process, like so traffic calming can be expensive. I mean, the roundabouts are not cheap, the rollbacks are not cheap, you know, so we can give direction about also get something for us that we can implement quick and easy, and this is the budget. So from that perspective, we can look at cheaper options. You can always build a Rolls Royce out there, it's really nice to Cadillac, but it's simply cheap. So you know, so another way to do these is actually to start with people grant funding, as well. So there's always opportunity for lots of money out there, not for grant funding. And then city council then directs the staff to say, yes, go ahead, do the design. If bids come back with a price, that comes back to council, and then council says, yes, let's go.
Thank you. And then I was involved in two other traffic calming projects, one on Buena, one on Central. We saw the data for after that, about a year after it was implemented. Is that a standard practice too? Are you planning on getting data for Glad Lane to show what it was beforehand and what it looks like after?
So that's really good practice because, you know, we live in a democratic society. There will always be people who like it and there will always be people who do not like it. So, you know, if I'm used to traveling on the road and I can go as fast as I want, then I'm going to be good. If my kids walk to school and people drive too fast, I really like it. So I think from the after studies on Buena Vista and on Central, we definitely saw, you know, that there was benefits, like the speeds went way down, you know, so this was the goal. I think we tried to show in the previous presentation that the goal set with implementing the traffic calming enforcement.
Thank you. For the chief of police, was there a lot of drag racing or other issues out on that street before the traffic calming measures?
Yeah, there's a lot of complaints in regards to that roadway because it was so wide and the stops and clear, and that was one of the major concerns that stemmed the council to look into these traffic measures.
And would you say that your traffic officers are able to enforce the measures without these calming measures?
Well, it would require an officer to be there all the time. Yeah, that's not going to happen. I think that this is a little complicated new thing. It's by design forcing people to slow down and move the way.
Okay. And then on Buena Vista and Central, And then how are those calls now? Are you getting those calls now after the traffic calming measures?
There's drastically reduced on one of those and central, listening to the last meeting. Big reduction in accidents and in the actual traffic and speed and other people things.
Okay, thank you so much. Is there-
Councilman Press.
Yeah, so does your data show you, where the cars go? Because I find that since on West and Powell, since you put speed humps up over there, now they're just going around and going faster on other streets. What kind of data you have on that?
So we, I think, on some of the streets, we do not have the side street diversion, right? We did a forecast because of San Benito, to say because San Benito.
No, I'm not talking about diversion. I'm talking about where the speeders that come down Seventh Street, they're still coming down Seventh Street because there's no, now the ones on Powell and West, they're going on different streets. Do you have any data to find out where they're going?
No, we don't have that data.
Okay. And you said that if we put in a stop sign that's not regulated, we will get sued, or is it possible we get sued?
It's possible.
Because I thought I heard you say we would.
If there's an accident in a severe accident, right, the attorneys of, the very first thing the attorneys are gonna come ask is, city, please show us that the stop sign warrant, would approve that.
So you're telling me, I see, I've been having trouble understanding this. You're telling me what someone else is going to do. A private lawyer is going to look into the stop sign like that. You know, the reason I say this is because I was told a bunch of different things from Kimberly Warren, and it's funny, the things I was told that wouldn't work, they're implementing on Solid Street. Yeah, and I don't know. So I'm not happy with you guys, to tell you the truth. Okay, yeah, I want to keep quiet.
Thank you for the presentation. I think it was very nicely laid out so that we had a better understanding of the various options for traffic calming and some of the data. My questions are in regards to the police and fire response time, probably more fire services. You mentioned that the traffic calming adds 6 to 30-second delays. Can you elaborate a little bit more? And where I'm going is our general plan under section number 3, public services and recreation, page number 15-9, when we talk about response times and performance. With a variety of different undesirable circumstances that we have, staffing, equipment, the way in which San Benito County is just the way that it's laid out in rural areas. It is recommended that the response time be 5 minutes total, and that we currently and this was in 2019, and currently, or at the time, our response time is 5 to 7 minutes, which puts us 2 minutes behind what would be a normal response time. Can you just elaborate on how this would contribute to either further delays in that? It's 60 seconds or a minute, and how that can contribute.
So I think what I said was, we have research data shows that the response time can vary, increase can vary between 6 and 30 seconds, depending on the road, where it is, the kind of meter you're given. So we've done this test with fire on Buena Vista, and what we found was that fire can drive at 40 miles an hour, which would be their approximate speed when we say respond, and traverse those speed regions without being impacted. So, I think in general, I would say that there's no impact to the fire response time here in Hollister because of that field test.
First, thank you for explaining the process, how it comes in as a complaint and the process we do with the community. I appreciate that. So my first question has to do with speed limits. So my understanding is they're less jarring or damaging to vehicles, especially ambulances. So I'm wondering why if we're gonna put multiple speed bumps in, why didn't we do speed cushions instead to avoid all that? If you're gonna put several in a row.
Yeah, so speed cushions are much easier to implement and they're much less expensive and they also don't impact your stormwater. Right? So if you keep your stormwater clear, so your stormwater comes right into where your units are. You know, a lot of cities, you know, have implemented the speed cushions and like that in maps, right? So that's probably the best option out there. If you decide to take us, you have that, and it's not a big effort to do the demolition of a asphalt, you know, speed up that you would build otherwise.
But my question is, why didn't we use them? Why are we using these speed pumps instead?
Cost. That's it.
Just cost.
Yeah.
So it's just cheaper. It's not necessarily the best option, it's just the cheaper activity. Okay. So I guess my next question, I think you answered for Councilman Perez, but you know, we recently saw the Central Avenue project, which you did for us, and it was good to see the traffic calming that had happened. But what I didn't see, and I'd really like to know, is if we're doing these projects, are we measuring traffic on adjacent streets before and after to measure how much impact they're receiving from these people who don't want to go with 13 speed bumps. So are we doing that? Is that something we're doing for these projects?
We have not done it. You can surely do it in the after studies.
Well, if you just do it in the after studies, you can't really compare it with what was happening before, can you?
No. For the Vista, we could because we have Buena Vista volumes and we have Central volumes.
Well, you can do it on the street, but I'm talking about the adjacent streets where everybody goes when they don't want to drive. So you don't have that data, but you put in that future. Okay. Good. And so one of the things that struck me is when we were talking about how you do the project and how you run the community, and when you're talking about a toolbox and you really give them a lot of opportunity to give input. But it's my understanding that for the Lad Lane project, there was no community input, but we weren't given that opportunity. So is that correct?
Correct.
So there wasn't a resident opportunity to decide what they wanted or what was needed. Okay, so my next question has to do with maybe to percentile measurements. Now, I'm not an expert, I've been reading, trying to understand. So I just want to make sure my understanding is correct, that it helps you when you're making these doing the traffic studies to gauge whether or not traffic calming methods are warranted. Is that fair? Okay. So the reason I asked the question is I asked for data from the Lad Lane study, and one of the things that struck me was that the review, it says in the report that the review of the data indicates compliance to data for the percentile speeds. And then I saw a bunch of pie charts and it showed not just 85%, but in some streets it was 92% and 97% compliance within the speed limit. So I guess if the majority of drivers are complying with the speed limits, why would we do so many calming measures on those roads?
I do apologize. I'm not prepared for Land Lane.
Sorry.
And I don't have the data. We're still collecting it. So
Okay.
Right. We can always come back. All your questions, you can still come back.
Okay. So let's see. So you probably can't answer the questions. I know that there was the discussion around drag racing and it's cited as a reason for the project, and one of the reasons for the project. But it was really difficult when I was attempting to read this data as how many actual drag racing incidents were reported. And was it one or two? And I understand that these occurrences happen late at night, they're not during the day. So we don't have school children present, we don't have typically bicyclists or pedestrians, maybe one or two, but typically it's a fairly quiet time of night, is that right?
We collected the data over quite a few days and we read 24 hours. So we would cover the typical days and we would cover daytime school time, morning, afternoon peaks, plus night.
But you don't recall if any drag racers were out there during the day with children and bicyclists and all that. My understanding is it happens late at night, and I live in that area. When I hear that it's late at night, so, okay. The other thing I had asked you and just got information on the accident reports for that, because I understand that's part of what you also look at. So thank you to Mark for providing me both. I appreciate it. So I got data, it was from years 2015 to 2022, and it showed 57 accidents. But 74% of those accidents were up at Trace Road and Lad Lane, up where the stores are. And outside of those, there was only really one accident in a whole 7-year span that was attributed to unsafe speed on that road. That's just one accident. So there were all these calming measures included, but then that first block, there were no calming measures where all the accidents were taking place. Why was that? No. Why didn't we do something there when all the accidents were taking place?
I will have to go look at the data to come back.
Sorry,
My gut feel is the speeding was on the south leg, not on the north leg, where the accidents occurred, so that we, again, I think we can come back to that lane and
Okay.
ask all the questions. That would be.
Yeah, I've got two more and it doesn't relate to land lane, so please forgive me. So the speed limit on land lane was 45 miles an hour. So I was told when I asked, why don't you just lower the speed limit? And I was told, well, it's an arterial road, so you can't do that unless you restripe it. Is that correct? You have to turn it into something else. It can't be an arterial road. Have a lesser speed limit.
You can have an arterial, but it's a speed limit depending on the geometry. I mean, we get a lot of arterials out in the mountains where you can only do 25, right? So it doesn't mean
That's straight away, it was required to be 45, but repainting it and changing it to a, is that correct? Is that what now considered, or is it still considered?
it's still not good. It's still very the same traffic.
So
People still
how
have
would we be able then to, because we made these measures and repainted it, it was able to be lowered to 25 miles an hour?
the geometry on the straights, go with the curves and also with the traffic circle, right? Reinforce the design of that and getting vehicles around them would justify that.
Required it to be lower. Okay, I get you. And then my last question was just that the speed limit went from 45 all the way down to 25, and most of the time using 25 miles per hour in a residential neighborhood. This is not a residential neighborhood, but there's not really any houses that go. So why so low? Why would we do that?
The 25 would have been maybe around the circles themselves, right? So through the intersections, 25 for rest would be close to the school.
Which is already.
a bit now, again, I need to go.
I know, we need to go back into some specifics around it. All right, well, thank you. That's all the questions I have. I think we wanted to.
I've got a couple more questions if I can. Thank you.
Just so I'm clear, so I'm looking back at your slideshow. So it says research here in the city of Hollister, when you tested it, was 3 to 10 second delay. But you're saying on average it's 6 to 30 everywhere else? I'm confused about that.
No, so the 6 to 30 is elsewhere, right? If you go
Yeah.
look at the books for other cities, right?
Okay.
It's very specific to a corridor. It depends on where it is from, where the fire station is and how often they go on that route. So, I've done traffic calming with speed humps on where it went up by 2 minutes, where we said, whoa, we can't do that. So, okay, where it is full and where it's full.
Okay, I would imagine that these meetings were publicly noticed, right, before we had these traffic measures put in place. Correct?
For this meeting, I don't have that information. Mark,
If the decision's made,
I mean, are you talking about the initial research and whatnot? What would happen is it would have been asked for out here. So you would have had a resident complaint, it would have been brought forward, someone on the council, I don't have the information as to, would have asked for it to be brought forward. Then basically, like you have similar to the next item where you have Cesar Chavez and Memorial, they would have received direction based on studies to come back with some sort of layouts. Council would have given them direction again for the layout. It would have done the design work, come back with, here's what the cost is, permission to bid. And then once the bids and the contractor is ready, there'd be a decision at the council level to award the contract. So there's multiple points.
yeah, so
along the
you're
way.
talking like 2 or 3 meetings where the public can come and give input before it's adopted by council?
Correct. I think where I was mixing up was the 10-day public notice versus making it onto the council agenda.
And this is in District 3, by the way, this was in District 3, where we do have discretionary funds. We've got $50,000 for discretionary funds that's supposed to be used for infrastructure needs within your district.
That's one of the questions.
Okay, I know, you don't want to do that discussion, I'm not going to do that discussion. And can we not use that discretionary funds to do the traffic study within our district? Any traffic study, including a side street?
The dollars that were put into the budget for this fiscal year, yes, were for traffic studies, or at the discretion of the council.
All right. And then again, you just said that you share the drag racing at night, but not in the day. Okay, I'm just trying that, thanks.
Yes.
Chief, fire chief, the, our new truck that's gonna be coming in, is it gonna be able to get around these, traffic circles?
I'm gonna have to say, it's a pillar that, it's got a certain, length, we're having complications with the engines that we have now. Until we get that truck on ground, I can't discuss it. My retiring people give me feedback that, flag lanes somewhat of an obstacle to innovation.
Okay, so maybe that's something we need to take into account when we're thinking about these traffic.
Let's see about the discussion. The public comment, I think we're talking about that. So, if there's no more questions, can we take public comment?
Mayor Casey, the first public comment is from Carl D. Leonardo.
Good evening, council. I have come here tonight to speak on this because I know that you're going to be using this for future traffic calming. And I wanted to let you know something that I don't think representatives really talk to you about. In April of 2020, in my home, I fell, broke my back, had a T8-T9 break, almost severed my spine. On the way to Hazel Hawkins Hospital, had it been today, the likelihood of my having severed my spine would have been tremendous. Luckily, I didn't. Luckily, Hazel Hawkins was able to find that I had the T8-T9 fracture. I went to Kaiser Hospital, had an emergency surgery, and I'm here before you today. Very lucky man. The thing now is I am traversing a number of vertical traffic measures that are dangerous to me. I go down, Sunset is one, Beverly. There are so many traffic humps now across the city. It's a nightmare that I have that the whole city is one big traffic hump. These traffic humps, I have to go and stop my car to go over. I cannot get them at any speed above that. I would like to know from our presenters how many lawsuits there are right now across the country from ADA people. And I would also like to know how many cities across the country have taken out their vertical traffic calming devices. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next public speaker is Elliot Salinas.
Good evening. I think it's pretty simple that since you don't have a policy, you should enact a policy before you continue. And most of all, the most important input that should be done here to you to make a decision is the police department, the fire department, and the ambulance. That's it, right now. You don't need to be making any decisions to, on the next item, which I'll speak on it at that time. So like, for instance, you have the horizontal shift, the lateral shifts. I mean, even though it's wide enough that we want to talk about land lane, and other streets, currently are not very friendly to bicycles in the city. So when you're including this, traffic calming should also be included, trying to get, some type of being friendly with the bicycles. And if you call it a traffic circle and you're not calling it a roundabout, it's a traffic circle because you have stop signs. Is it really necessary, or is this a money generating for the contractor to put in this little circle and then continue to have the stop signs? So that brings me to ask, if you don't know tonight, please bring it back at an agenda without having to do a public records request. How much money has been spent on traffic calming in the city of Hollister since at least 2019 to now? It goes back, but at least within now, they've all popped up and now people are complaining. I don't have a problem with them because I respect the fact that I drive slow in neighborhoods, because I respect the fact that they live there and you don't want people speeding around there. I'll tell you that I did go down Lad Lane at night. I didn't have a problem with the reflectors, but I was like, man, I wish I had my Porsche right now. And then I thought about, man, if there was a police officer behind me, he'd probably think, if it weren't for these lines, that I get pulled over for DUI. You know, so please, let's get the policy written before you continue with anything else, and include law enforcement, fire department, and the ambulance. Thank you.
The next public speaker is Joseph White.
Thank you for hearing me again. I'm glad we have a chance to speak again after the presentation by our traffic engineer. I actually do have an issue with the implementation of the vertical traffic solution, as he said, because they're not appropriate for the traffic on that street on Buena Vista. They're the wrong style of speed bumps is the issue. If they were the smooth cushion that he was talking about, that'd be fine. But people are having to stop at all these all the time. They're the wrong solution. And because we did it cheaply and not spend the correct money on it, it's causing me to have to spend extra money on my car. All my neighbors complaining about it. Just because you're in a neighborhood and think, oh, well, all these people were speeding, we need to solve this. Solve it correctly. Don't just, do the cheapest solution possible. Solve it correctly. The way it's done now is not correct. That's it.
Mayor Casey, those are all of the public comments we have for this item.
So, why don't we just go down the line and comments and discussion?
So thank you, Mayor. So I've been quiet for a while. I will say I've driven down Lad Lane. I appreciate the fact that people are having to drive slower, but I did get a little dizzy driving with all the delineators. And so I can see where they would help to protect maybe bicyclists, but I think that there could be other alternatives for that. At the end of the day, I really want to see the data a year from now to actually understand, because it's clear from the presentation at our last council meeting that clearly the speeds have fallen on Central and on Buena Vista, and accidents have been reduced. I think in an ideal world, what I would like to see is going into budget sessions, that we appropriate maybe 2 or 3 more police officers to work traffic specifically, and maybe we look at alternative ways to enforcing, because at the end of the day, enforcement, as the presenter said, really is a significant part of the process. I'd also say that I'm really concerned, and maybe we were told, but I don't recall, that there was no public outreach in the Lad Lane area. To me, that's the big issue there. I do believe there was public outreach in the other neighborhoods. And so I would like to have us go back and maybe reconsider some adjustments to Lad Lane based on what I heard tonight. But
You know, at the end of the day, I think the data will speak for itself. Also, we'd like us to maybe look at more permanent, solutions. And maybe invest more money to do it on a more permanent basis, because I've heard on many occasions where people can't see them. I know at one point, Councilmember Perez brought up the fact that you couldn't see the speed humps at night. Then there was a struggle to get those outlined. And I live in neighborhoods where there are plenty of them, and I do have to sort of drive over them. But I also stop. I just refuse to go over them at any speed, but stop and then roll. And I do think they work, but I also would like to see maybe some reconsideration as we move forward. Really, the emphasis, as I recall, was to put them primarily in the areas of school, because I don't want to be that guy that chose not to and have a kid hurt. And so for me, that's my number one priority. My number two priority was in the areas of park. And so we also have some discussion coming up later that I have some ideas on, specifically in my district. Part of it's memorial and part of it's for all of the union for Cesar Chavez now. And so, but I do think we need to look at some other alternatives. I also didn't hear, and what I didn't hear when we do the survey on speed, and we haven't taken it into consideration on council, I don't believe, but we do have a lot of people that are driving RVs and trailers, and we have some other conversations that have just concluded recently, but we do need to find some way. And also with the delineators that are obstructing people's vision, to me, that's a huge problem. If you're trying to turn left or right onto a street, you can't see the oncoming traffic. I think we just need to take another look at Lad Lane specifically. And I do think we absolutely need to do a concerted effort to get the community engagement and involvement. Thank you, Mayor. My comment.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So we've heard from the chief of police and the mayor herself that there is a problem with drag racing on Planet Lane. There has been a problem with drag racing. This is in District 3, and when I was in charge of well, not in charge, when I worked with engineering department in District 2's traffic calming projects, the two that I can think of was Central and Buena Vista, I was very involved. I was very, very involved to ensure that we had not one, not two, maybe 3 project meetings outside of the chambers with the public to ensure that the public was in that process, was partnered with us in that process, and that they accepted the outcome of those calming measures. Not only does that engage the public in a way to where they understand why we're doing this, but they have a buy-in to that. So when I hear that the District 3 did not follow that same process, that does concern me quite a bit. I know that one other one that happened on Sally Street did follow the same process, right, Frederick? So maybe I'm not sure where the ball dropped off as far as Lad Lane, but do keep in mind, people watching at home, people are here, everything that is done before on this dais is open to the public input, and we value your input. So I appreciate you coming out here today. And I would love for you to come back and to stay involved in every aspect that you're passionate about. Don't forget that the council members, each council member has a discretionary fund of $50,000 to where we can use this money to do traffic studies when we get those calls from you. I would suggest that a couple of things. We wait for the data to show what the results are from Lad Lane, and that we use some of the discretionary funds within your district on those side street studies that were talked about. That's very important, and I would love to see how that data turns out. And that's it. Those are my thoughts. So again, those are my thoughts, and thank you all for coming out here tonight.
I have nothing to say.
That's right.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Rowan. I thought that was very informative. I do just want to provide additional information that Land Lane has been an issue prior to my term. I think it started before Honorable Honor Spencer. We've been trying to work on a solution for many years. What I do agree is that Land Lane is an issue right now, not later. We can't wait for data to come in. We have a lot of safety issues, dealing with just being able to see, maneuver, and we can't wait. So, while I, respect your voice, this is District 3, I would, with support of the council, I'd like to make a motion, that there be a community study session for Guard Lane Southside Road project be completed, and to use the information, the input to determine what this is, might be undertaken for this project. And I do agree, so not only does this need to be a priority, but the outcome should be a priority for the city and engineering to make sure and ensure the safety of our residents in District 3, including the children, and prevention of many accidents. So that is my motion on that.
Council, this item is an informational presentation with possible direction, and direction just needs consensus.
Well, that is my request for this one.
Yeah, consensus.
Well, can we repeat it? What was the request?
That we do a study session with the residents of your Land Lane and Southside project, so that we can take community input, not only provided here today, but we actually go into the community, ask our residents what's happening, what's not working well, look at, as presented here, there's a lot of different options to be able to take the input into consideration for us to address what needs to be fixed, not a year from now, but very quickly.
No, 100% support that. We should always get public input.
Consensus then on that.
Yeah.
Okay. So first, I wanted to say thank you for Rick and staff for, doing this presentation and answering questions. I had asked for this discussion because I believe that there is a lot, obviously, a lot of folks coming in to talk. It's not that I'm against traffic calming. I believe, especially in areas where we've got severe problems that warrant it. I also believe in speed bumps around schools and parks as well. But I am very concerned because there's been such a large number of traffic calming projects that the city has undertaken. I mean, we're talking literally millions of dollars being spent on this, while we've got roads and alleyways that are in major disrepair. And as I mentioned, there's not really a policy around how this is done. I'd really like to be able to bring this back and have further discussion, have a study session with Stu to figure out what we're doing, instead of just throwing money out on these traffic calming. I'd like to find out more about the tools, to find out what's, what the council, direction might be working with me. So that would be something I would look for consensus on, is if we can bring this back. And I'd like to actually see some more traffic calming for the moment until we can get that direction, not move forward with any projects that are just under consideration right now. If they're under contract or under construction, obviously continue on, but rather than start any new projects and move forward, I'd like to see that stop. That would be my wish. If the council has consensus to do that, until we can put a policy in place.
Mayor, I could 100% support that, but I also want to put it in a time frame, whether it be 3 months or 6 months. But I don't want to have this conversation in a year from now.
Exactly.
Thank you.
The question just really quickly, if you remember, and this is something we can address as a part of our, we have some meetings coming up, planning and where you got them. Is that something that can be done at that time, or do you have that opportunity as opposed to pushing it out?
We do have the council goal setting meeting on the 27th of March, so that starts at 4. We could look at a way to work that into the conversation, since that would have implications on budget consideration.
Shall we? Do we have consensus that to pause this?
No, not at all. I'm not agreement of pausing all traffic calming measures now. In fact, I don't even know if that's something we can do without probably noticing that and putting it on the agenda.
Yeah, so you can, I know there's an item after this, so
Which has us in.
right, which someone, after your presentation, someone could make a motion to continue the item or hold the item, whatever you want to do with it, but to make that drastic, let's stop all of them, that should be an agenda item that's voted on.
So bring it back as an agenda.
And what was the second part of your request, Madam Mayor? Was it the study session that Councilmember Maleta asked?
Study session, and then, yeah, I think that's the main.
Okay, yeah. Thank you.
Let's see. And I think that we've addressed it, but I do feel strongly about the library project. In part because I received so many comments and concerns, but also because I go through and experience it every day. It really feels to me like the entire toolbox got dumped out onto that, and I'm just not sure after reviewing all that data that really warranted all of that. So I think that's part of why I think the policy, the discussion around, what kind of measures we want. And, going the cheap route may seem wise, but if it doesn't work, then it's working, and we're pulling out and putting something else in there to be really safe. So there's some things I'd like to really look at when we have that discussion. And I do, I don't think we pay enough attention to unintended consequences. Such as the traffic being diverted along a major route that now has 13 speed bumps. There are definitely people impacting the side roads, but we don't really know that. So that is something I want to make sure we look at. And as far as the things, we call them the white sticks, the limiters, there is definitely a real problem there. Visibility wise, I make a left turn once to take onto that road, and I've already almost been hit twice. Because I can't see them, they cannot see me. So that's something that we really do. I'm glad we're going to take care of it. I appreciate the mention by the vice mayor. And I'm pleased that we're going to be able to get community input, because I think that's valuable. I think that's the biggest problem here is we need to have you all giving us input on what works, what other problems really are. As far as drag racing, I live there, I hear it occasionally, usually on a weekend, but it's not all the time. And I just don't see that should warrant a major revamp of a street that was working very well. I never saw an accident, I barely saw anyone speeding. And the data that I saw really didn't show that there was a lot of speeding going on outside of the drag race or activity. So those are my comments. All right, I think we're done with the information items about the consensus items. Oh, the other thing I wanted to mention, another consensus item, sorry, was around a speed policy. I know this council discussed it a year or so ago, and it went nowhere. It didn't get passed. I really think we need to discuss it because there's got to be a process so that we don't end up with an obstacle course all over the town. And so I would like us to bring that back to discussion if there is consensus.
There are actually things we do have at minimum in informal policy, and as I understand it, correct me if I'm wrong. Currently for speed hump consideration, somebody in the community contacts the council member or staff, and what that does is it generates a study, a speed survey, and then they would be installed based on the engineering report, traffic survey that comes back. So there is at least an
I know
informal
there's
policy.
an informal,
So
but my concern is one single person making a phone call to figure this traffic study. I would love to see more input from the street, the adjacent street. I just think one person should not have that power to spend that much money of the city's money on traffic studies. I'd like to see some kind of policy of how that happens and what the steps would be in order to get to that. I would like to see something like that. So if we don't, if we have consensus, we bring it back as an item. All right. So, enough of that. Let's move on. Give me a moment. All right. So our next item is resolution of the city council approving the cities of Travis and the William Drive traffic calming analysis. So maybe that was stop report.
Mayor, before we go forward, based on our intent to defer any implementing, I'm wondering if it's even wise to have the presentation at this point. Just based on what I heard from the conversation on the dais. So I would make the motion to delay the presentation, knowing that I heard
that the general majority of the council.
Do you have a second on that?
Second.
I'd like to ask legal, I think we probably want to withdraw and still take public comment, is that right?
Well, if you delay, it's gonna come back for public comment regardless. So the council does have the ability to say, we're gonna delay it, and then when it comes back, then the public has their opportunity.
Okay.
I don't know when we can get this place. So if I could get a vote from the council, all in favor of denying?
Yes. Yes.
I motion carries 5-0. So the next item is a resolution of the city council of City Hollister authorizing an application amendment and adopting an amended plan for the state of California Department of Housing and Community Development permanent local housing allocation program. We have the staff report.
Good evening, that was a great summary, thank you, a little short in what I'm going to say. Good evening, council, staff, and members of the public. Jamila Sanka, Housing Programs Coordinator. Before you tonight is an amendment to the resolution previously submitted for the permanent local housing allocation grant, or what we are, the acronym is PLHA. The reason for this amendment is very simple. A name was used instead of the director title, and it should be preferred a director title use, just in case there's any changes in the future, and it could delay any standard agreements being received. So this request is for me to accept the amendment and then being able to move forward with the grant. The second portion of the staff report and what is will hopefully be discussed tonight is that within the PLHA grant, there is a 5-year plan. So when we applied for the grant, we established what we would use the grant funding for the 5-year period. We applied for the first 3 years, and there are 2 more following years that we will be applying for. Since the submission of the grant application, San Diego County Health and Human Services has requested and had discussions with staff to see updates to the grant. And tonight, we do have the county online with us, and Dave is going to give an update on the procedures that we would like to take with the grant and with county health and human services.
Thank you, Jamila. And so back a few months ago, I was in front of you with Jamila to talk about this grant. This was the first time these dollars have come through permanent local housing allocation. And this is a $75 fee is assessed any property recordings that happen. And then if they're in the city or the county, that gets directly allocated out for homeless activities. And as Jamila mentioned, since we were before you and turned our plan into the state, which was approved, we did have additional conversations with the county to look at ways to help support their efforts with their homeless shelter over there, over on San Felipe. And so because the contract was not signed by the state, we did have discussions with HCD, which is the Housing and Community Development, which is the agency that provides the funds directly and oversees the grant. And so what we're looking to do is we had three paths that your council approved. There was a annual allocation of $55,000 to Emmaus House. There was also an allocation of roughly $70,000 a year to Community Homeless Solution. And they are the operator for the homeless shelter that the county operates. That's their service provider. And then the city of Hollister receiving $130,000. And I say approximate because we know the first 3 years. We don't know what each year is going to be going forward. So that's why I say approximate. And so in speaking with the county, what we would like to do as staff, and county is in agreement, and I will give an opportunity. I have both Tracy Belton and Enrique Ayola on the line on Zoom, and they're the director and deputy director of the Health and Human Service Agency for the county, is to continue down the path of the $55,000 with Emmaus House, and then take the remainder of our allocation, contract directly with the county to support their shelter operations. What we can do going forward is we will be back in front of you probably in 13-14 months to talk about the next 5-year plan. This is one where the allocation came out during COVID. Many cities and counties did not get their allocation. So when we came before you, we were actually capturing 3 years. We say a 5-year plan. When we met with you, we were already in about the middle of year 3 or beginning of year 4, excuse me. And so we will be able to have another discussion at that time, depending on how the program is working. There is an option for cities or counties either way to delegate that the funding stream directly via an MOU and, delegate it directly to the county or the county to the city. So that's something we would look at when that time comes for another 5-year plan. But at this point, we're looking to pivot because that contract has not been signed. The county would work with Community Homeless Solutions. And then when they issue an RFP for service operations, then they would ultimately use those funds to grant whoever is awarded those funds. So I do have, Paul, if we could bring Tracy onto the line for any comments.
They're both, ready.
I think Enrique's got his hand up and you can bring him in.
Go ahead, Enrique.
Oh, I didn't realize I was up. So yeah, first of all, thank you very much for continuing to partner with the county. And I really mean that because I've been to the city council in past years requesting assistance, and your city council has approved prior years operational funding of the shelter. So the shelter did open in December 2017. We fundraise a minimum of about $500K for the operations, and that's good for the entire year. And it's mostly only operations of the shelter. It doesn't really include supportive services, housing navigation, and so forth. But I think, it's most critical to have support for shelter operations. And that will be the main goal of this. The county also received PLHA funding, and we intend to do the same to focus funds for homeless services and shelter operations. There's a huge need when it comes to homeless services. The last homeless census count in early last year resulted in 26% increase in homelessness in San Benito County. So we do have a big need. The shelter is equipped with 44 beds right now. We also have right behind it 6 additional beds for transitional housing, so total of 50. So this assistance would really, really help with continuing the operations of the shelter. So I wanted to let you know how grateful I am if you were to accept it. We do provide homeless services, among others, to any resident of San Benito County, including the city Hollister residents, and among other programs. So if you have any questions, let me know.
Thank you, Enrique. So, in the past, the county has come requesting approximately $250,000. The way that the first 3 years have panned out, it's, our allocation is very close to $750,000, less the 3 years of support for Emmaus House. So that does get us very close to the request. However, you are able to use these funds without the first 3 years. So this should put the county in a very favorable position to continue shelter operations.
Mr. President, so we have questions from council.
Thank you, Mayor. So, this would be. Can you describe for me what we define homeless as, so that I have some clarity here, because I want to make sure that there's a distinction, if there is a distinction, between somebody that would be homeless as a result of the most recent disaster we experienced versus people that are consistently homeless. And I don't know what the definition is, so I'm concerned.
So Enrique, I'm gonna defer to you on the actual definition that you're using for your shelter operations.
So thank you for your question. So we use the HUD definition of homelessness, which means that we serve chronically homeless individuals, and chronic homeless is defined by HUD as 1 year consecutive homelessness or at least 3 episodes of homelessness over the last 2 or 3 years that is in excess of 1 year in total. So it is serving the chronic homeless individuals.
Thank you. What, during the past year or past year, of the 44 beds, what's their average occupancy rate of availability or filled on a daily basis, monthly?
So the first 2.5, 3 years, we were, I want to say about 85-90% filled. During COVID, what we did, we reduced the congregate shelter by 50%. So we only made available half of the beds, and the remainder, for a good portion of the year, we placed them in hotels because of COVID, just to make things safe. Since then, I would say about a year ago, we started increasing the capacity. So we've been average, and last year we actually averaged about 31 to 32 beds there at the shelter.
Thank you. So at its prime or peak, if your shelter is full, what happens to the overflow folks that would benefit and be willing to be sheltered?
So that has happened a few times that I remember. We have, I believe, about 2 or 3, what do you call those, cots for overflow purposes. So there's an additional capacity for those types of situations. But if it becomes beyond that, we just will not accept them. We don't have the space there at the shelter beyond those beds.
So with the city additional funds, would you be able to expand the potential to house more individuals?
Not at the current facility. We just don't have the space. That's what it's meant for. And we just space-wise cannot fit any additional beds at the shelter right now.
Do you work with other nonprofits that could help provide some additional relief through some sort of an agreement?
We have not explored that with any nonprofits. I don't know, frankly, which nonprofits would or have experience in working also with homelessness. We do have the Homeless Task Force, which we meet every other month. I believe the mayor is also on this Homeless Task Force. This could certainly be a discussion of topic, and we could certainly do that at the next meeting in April.
Thank you. So now, if the city chose not to provide these resources, what would be the consequences?
Okay, first of all, as I said, we need at least 500K, and it's always very, very difficult. So the consequence can include, if we have no funds, reducing the operations of the shelter. That we don't want to do, but that is always likely if we have no funding. The last couple of years, when we haven't had the support of the city, we've had success in securing funds from the state. So we've been okay. Just to give an example, those funds that we received through the Homeless Housing Assistance Program, our last funds and also CDBG expired in December. And we were like worried, literally, we have no money to pay the invoice. We get monthly invoice ranging from $45,000 to $50,000 from Community Homeless Solutions for the operations. And luckily we had applied for a grant, which really provided a huge relief. And it's about $180,000, which should be spent around May or June. Plus we, with securing the PLHA also and another round of HAP, which we don't have the contract yet, gives us a little bit more breathing room, but it's always a struggle. Having a shelter is great, but having continuous operational support is as important or even more. So what can potentially happen, the consequences is we could have a reduced operations there at the shelter. If we had no monies at all, you know, at some point, the Board of Supervisors will need to make a decision.
Thank you. What's the number of homeless in our community, the chronically homeless, that was established by the most annual count?
I don't have it with me, but I'm very sure that it's 384. We went up 26% from 2 years prior with the census. It was like 283. So we did have a good spike, you know, 26%. And that anytime we get funding from the state or HUD, they use a formula that ties in the homeless point in time count. So we have been seeing a little bit more money as funds become available from the state because of that. But, you know, to give you that answer, it is 384, but I could certainly provide you the homeless census executive summary report that we have.
So with my dirty math, you could probably, under the current situation, if people were willing to house maybe 15 to 20% of the chronically homeless, is that a fair statement?
Yeah, that seems to, add up.
Okay. What percentage of the money that you currently receive and as the city moves forward with it, what percentage would go for the actual program versus the administrative cost?
The administrative costs are actually capped by the admin percent, and I don't remember exactly if that's 10%. Do you recall that, David?
I believe for this grant it's 5%, but I can do it.
Okay, what you do now, I just have two more questions. If we move forward with this, do you do annual reporting to the county and at a board meeting, or do you do quarterly, or how do you report out on the work, the good work that you do?
So this grant will also require reporting to the state. So whatever those reporting measures, we would, you know, for the sake of this grant, report it to Jamila or David, and then they'll report it to the state. I'd be more than happy to come to your city council annually or twice a year. I could just coordinate that with David.
Perfect, thank you. I'm going to say I'm going to support this 100%, and I would like to see the reports, because I don't only think we need to do this, but I actually think we need to do more, but that'll be a council decision. Hopefully that comes forward during budget consideration. Thank you, and city manager, assistant city manager. If you get that number, you just send me an email or a text on that, please. It's not germane to my thoughts based on whatever. Thank you.
Okay, let's confirm it's 5%.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Councilman Resendez, any questions? Councilman Perez? Councilman?
I support, I'd like to see, at least at a minimum, on an annual basis, a report of like how that money is spent. And I think special attention given to women and small children, or small children, if they need to, they don't have anything.
Yes, I can ensure that the report that is needed to the state can be an informational report. I'm not sure on the date of when it will be due yet, but they are annual reports, and we'll have to coordinate with the county.
County will serve as our subrecipient, so they will report into us. That data will be gathered along with the activities from the mayor's house to be our comprehensive report that we then submit to HCD.
I just have a couple of questions actually for everybody. One question is, we do have a lot of our in-house addiction issues. And it's my understanding that they cannot go to the shelter that we have. And I'm just wondering what kind of housing or services do we have for them or can provide to them?
Ricky, you're muted.
I'm sorry, I had some background noise. I couldn't quite hear the question. I'm sorry about that.
I was asking about the in-house, we have a population that has addiction or alcohol issues. And it's my understanding, you know, because of these issues, they're not really permitted to come into the shelter. So do you have any kind of options for them or housing options or services that we're offering at this time?
You know, the general premise, if someone comes in and is belligerent and poses safety concerns, they will not be allowed in. But if somebody comes in and staff may notice they have maybe had a couple of drinks or so, they'll let him in as long as they're not been a danger to anyone, and they'll rest up and all that. But you know, just as far as general drug use, I think for the safety of everyone, yes, they will not be allowed to come in. So, but if there's individuals at the shelter that are currently in need of alcohol services, mental health services, you know, we do work with behavioral health, you know, with their programs. They also have case managers and the staff there with Community Home Solutions. We'll continue to work with behavioral health.
My asking was related to some earlier statements by folks that are having trouble with in-house down here in Allendale, and a lot of them are drug issues there. And it's just, you know, what's the solution? I guess is the problem, and it's a tough one. But I appreciate all the work you guys do. The one other question I have with regard to the shelter is, I know it is a big concern because it's kind of an open. There's not a lot of area to store your stuff, and I'm wondering if there's anything that can be done because for our own house, their possessions are really important to them, and I've heard from a few of them that they don't want to go to the shelter because things get stolen and there's no place to store their stuff. And I'm just wondering if there's any opportunities there to provide some kind of a cubby or something that's lockable that sort of feels safe going there and using the shelter.
You know, that has not been brought to my attention. We do have lockers. I don't know if they're referring to the lockers or what may be referred to, but there are lockers for both the females and the males. I could certainly look into it, but I'm not aware of that.
They're lockable, like.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe they're just not the right size or something. Okay, thank you for that. I appreciate the feedback. And those are the only questions that I have. So do we have public comment?
Yes, Mayor Casey, our first speaker is from Elias Salinas.
Good evening. I hope that the entire council is in agreement with Councilman Burns that you'll approve this. Just a reminder that the majority of the houseless are in the city of Hollister, not in the county, but there are both, but the majority is within the city. So it does benefit those that are within the city limits. I would like to remind the council that there are hotel vouchers. However, the local hotel, which is the Marriott Fairfield and the other new one owned by the same person or company, they were given a tax break when they built those hotels. And that hotel or those two hotels are not giving the city or giving Enrique Rodas people a break in the pricing. They're actually vouchers for full price of those hotel rooms. There's no empathy whatsoever from that owner towards them. And when it comes before you to approve something like that, whether it's this company or another company, that our resources can look to them to help. Take that into consideration. What you're giving them a tax break, but what are they willing to give back to the city? Yeah, the sales tax, big deal. We have those people from Lovers Lane. We had individuals that are now don't have anywhere to go. They were, Enrique and the people help them. They've got them out of the migrant camp. They've got trailers coming in. And those folks were charged full price at that hotel. So please, they get a tax revenue and the people who need it the most don't get anything. To take that into consideration in future dealings with any type of business like that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Casey, those are all of the public comments for this item.
All right, do you have any further discussion or engagement from council? Councilman Burns?
Mayor, one final question for our assistant city manager. I know that a lot of this money was driven as a result of the grant, correct?
It's actually an allocation, so rather than a grant, it's assessed on property or property transactions. So in a down economy, if there's less transactions, you can see that fluctuate, but it's actually an allocation. You have to apply with a plan that meets the requirements, but it is technically non-competitive.
Okay, perfect, that's even better. So thank you to staff for pursuing this and acquiring this. This is amazing. With the congratulations comes the follow-up question / request. What would be to look at other grants available? I know that the state has huge amounts of money to move things forward, and I know in other jurisdictions have actually gone forward as close as Salinas that I'm aware of, and actually bought hotels for shelter and then short-term housing needs, and in some cases transitional housing. So the staff has time. I know there's a lot on staff plate. I would really like to explore other grant opportunities for this. We heard tonight some of the challenges that our community is facing. I'm sure that they impact law enforcement, our fire department, our medical care, every facet. So the only thing better than free money, I guess, is grant money that we can use to further build upon what you established here. So thank you.
I just have one comment, just piggyback on what Councilman said. My understanding is the county is actually looking at purchasing local hotels for that, they're exploring that. So I don't know if there's a possibility for us to do, collaboration with them, and that it might be something to think about. Instead of pursuing our own, since it's already in the works.
Yeah, perhaps Enrique, if you'd like to give just a real brief update on your home TV activities.
Yeah, sure. Home key. So we did apply for home key round 2. The county did secure that grant in the amount of little over $2.4 million, of which I'm going to say about 2.1 was earmarked for construction costs. The remainder was for operational support. The contract was signed, I'm going to guesstimate December, January. So we have pretty much this year to complete this project. So this project includes 11 transitional housing units that will be made available for homeless families. These units are right now, we have a project that we started building through a different grant. So it includes 5 units along with the infrastructure, sewage and all that. And Home Key will add on to that project with the 11 units. So in total, we'll have 16 units available for homeless families as transitional interim housing. We will have a staff person dedicated to provide case management, housing navigation, rapid rehousing, and the goal is to increase housing outcomes and get in place permanently. So that's what we're working on right now with Home Key. And we hear that the Home Key round 3 will be, hopefully soon it'll come out from the state, the NOFA.
So further discussion. If not, can I get a motion, please?
So moved.
Is there a second? Second. All those in favor? Aye. Motion carries 5-0. I think we're going to take a 5-minute break at this point, and then we'll return.
anything to help our, well, as far as I'm concerned, part of my constituents are rabbits, cats, dogs. And they do talk to me. I'm all in for supporting this, you know, Tim, we were talking about maybe having them, come do more. Because I don't know if they can do more in a day, but I know they can, may probably come back. I think that's a great idea. Is my only concern is this going to be enough allocation for extra use. So that's it.
Yes, ma'am.
So first, I just want to say thank you for all the work and the passion and dedication you have to all of our everyone that's around us, and they're very definitely our present very special. So thank you for the work that you do and much support. And I agree. If we need to allocate it to funds, we can discuss it at a February meeting or even now. But support it. Definitely.
Thank you. I have a few comments. First, I just want to say thank you, ladies. You approached and you asked for the help you saw that the bill population is going to be in this year. And I appreciate you reaching out, and I'm really appreciative of Captain Rossi and Alyssa and Chief for being so receptive and working together the solution. And I think this is a great start, and I'm hoping that if you will sit on the ad hoc committee for the animal shelter, and I want to see a lot more of this. I'd also really like us to see, you know, they volunteer their time. In fact, 2 of them are also teachers. So I don't know how you do it, but I really appreciate it. But I know you're putting a lot of your time and your own money into traps and other things to do this work. So I hope we can find ways to support them in that and maybe offset some of their costs somehow, since they've given years to the community. So I applaud you. And unless we have a comment, are we ready to make a motion? Is there a second? Second. All in favor? Aye. All right, 5-0. Motion carries.
Thank you. Thank you.
Next item. It's a resolution of the City Council of the City of Hollister to repeal the low interest business loan program and provide possible direction. The staff report.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So at our last meeting, staff provided a presentation to the council and discussed a list of considerations. And then after we provided the presentation, received public input, we had a discussion, and staff received direction at the time to return to this meeting with a resolution to formally repeal the low interest business loan program. There was also direction to address the applicants that had eligible applications in and come back with recommendations that acknowledged, you know, their applications and tried to get to an amicable solution for them. Additionally, looking at discussing a grant program going forward, and direction was given to also look into how, if a grant program is to be rolled out, how would that affect those, that have received a loan. And so what we have so far is, you know, we did talk about one business that did receive the 15-year loan of $150,000. And then there were 2 applications in the process. One was eligible to apply for up to $200,000. At that time, we had given an option to go, when we're looking at a different loan program, both businesses the option to either stay with the existing or go towards the new program. Since the new program at that meeting was basically, you know, we were given direction to repeal the program, we looked at that original application as well. So we took it back to the original eligibility. And so the one business at 200,000, and then the other business at up to 50,000 for ADA improvements under the original program. Additionally, we did receive comments from some council members about, you know, the loan rates. We talked about the loan rates and what that program could look like, as well as what other cities are doing, and then talking about grants. So if you don't mind, I'd like to ask Casey Estorga to come up and just give a quick update on his findings and how that could lead into possible discussions on a grant program as well.
Absolutely, thank you very much. So part of staff's research was exploring what communities throughout California, and then specifically in our region, have done with similar types of funding. Whether that may be a grant program specifically, or a loan program, or potential ways to, I'll call it, leverage local dollars at the state or federal level as well. So some examples can be, and we specifically looked at Morgan Hill, Seaside, and Marina around us, and identified how they use their funding. And that included working on national programs and potentially leveraging our funding. For every $1 that the city would put forward, there's an opportunity to leverage SBA dollars. You essentially get 3 times that amount in the loan program there. We looked into that, and all those options and how that can kind of relate to the Hollister model. We also looked at ideas of how local funding could be leveraged in tiers, essentially. So there could be micro opportunities where there's an emergency need, a need right now, a smaller dollar amount, but an immediate need for the business owner. That's someone who's maybe not eligible for traditional lending. They have that immediate need because of some emergency crisis. They might be a brand new business owner, they might be an immigrant, they might be brand new to owning businesses in this region or in this industry. And so there's a lot of eligibility criteria there. And some of our neighboring cities introduced it as a loan program, but with a low threshold to make it a grant. And that low threshold could be proof that the individual business owner has improved their credit score by a certain point system, that they've attended counseling through a small business development corp, that they've had a low threshold to show that they are a viable business, and then that loan would then be transitioned into a grant. It could be including a 0 interest loan until they meet that threshold, and then it's a grant. So there's a lot of different ways to structure these programs, and they're really in tiers. So that's the first one of there's an emergency need, it's a low dollar value, and so the threshold for repaying it is relatively low at the taxpayer dollar. But there's also this middle section of this, and these aren't hard and fast numbers, but potentially somewhere around $20,000 to maybe a couple $100,000, no more than that. They were collateralized, as kind of what our original concept was, where the business owner would have to put some type of personal property up as collateral for the loan. Potentially not this large size would be 100% of their property. But then they have that threshold of how do they repay it? What is that interest rate like? And so all those different variables we were gathering from, as I mentioned, our neighboring communities, but just ideas about what best practices are based on council direction on how this moves forward. So we have a lot of ideas. The communities around us have partnered with a nonprofit that knows how to work this process and understand how to set up program rules. If there was the option to go forward and leverage SBA dollars, there's existing program templates, and we had a model that to meet Hollister needs. But in general, we talk to our neighbors and say, hey, here's some ideas, here's what works. Also for the permanent nature of some of these funding sources. With the different tiers, it is a very realistic possibility that a business owner could access each of the tiers as their business progresses. So there might be a business that has an immediate need for $5,000 or $10,000 to cover operational costs and purchasing equipment. They might hit that first tier in year 1 or year 2. They might come back in year 2, 3, 4, 5 and say, hey, I'm established, I have proof of ongoing income. I've established myself in the community and these are the metrics. So I'm eligible for that second tier of, potentially up to $50,000 or $100,000 based on a specific need now. After they hit that second tier, they potentially go into that third tier with a much larger dollar amount. Again, leveraging federal SBA funds to the point where they might not be a government-backed loan. They are then eligible for traditional financing if that's so desired. So we're looking at all the different models from, like I said, our neighbors here. A lot of different options. So based on council direction, that you can kind of do that homework and then reach out to another partner or someone specific as needed to get that question. That's our feedback.
Thank you. So do we have some questions? Councilmember Burns? Councilmember Resendez?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, I'm just wondering what would you recommend or what's working best in some of the other communities that you've asked?
I think based on what we've discovered, it is very much a blended model. And the SBA leveraging is an important part of that. So if city council has identified this $2 million
even a portion of that towards this SBA model, was going to be incredibly helpful to our business community. One, because it's a forever model. It's that revolving loan and you get to leverage it, and how it is leveraged is for every city dollar, it's matched threefold by the federal government. And so you have that 100% and it's resold. And because it is government backed, it's appetizing to that retail market. So it is the tiers, first of all, and also leveraging the SBA dollar would ideally be the concept, and then figuring out the rules of how it meets the Hollister needs specifically. And it's a part of what some of the other communities do is work with a nonprofit who is a lender who focuses on community lending to gather input from the business community. That's census data, looking at public record data in terms of what type of industries are in our community, but also surveys to get that qualitative information from our business community about what you need, literally what you need to make payroll, to make purchases. So it's gathering data, designing our program that way, and then having it in several tiers to meet a variety of needs.
Councilmember, yes. Any questions?
I'm, I don't think the city should be taking on the roles of taking on loans. I just don't see that.
Councilman, I'm sorry. We're just gonna ask questions now and then be public comment and then we'll take just statements out there. Is that okay?
No.
Do you have any questions? No. How about you, Councilman? Okay, so could we take some public comment there?
Mayor, if I can jump in just something, that's okay. One of the, we did bring that back, as, as part of the recommendation that we heard at the last meeting. One of the items is, even if that was, a loan component, they're typically 5 years, we're looking at, 5-6% interest. So it is not anywhere near what the program that we're talking about dealing is. So that was one of the things. So just bringing that up, we wanted to bring that forward. And then also we would look at bringing this a traditional grant program forward.
Do you want to speak?
Yes, Mayor Casey, our first speaker is Priscilla Jones.
Hello, so I am one of the two that are all the way through the program. My business is a downtown business. We're currently mobile and we have purchased real estate downtown. So we will be operating as a storefront with this money that we're hoping the city can help out with. As discussed previously, our SBA loan is holding on to this right now. I think that we're looking for some direction tonight and hoping that a resolution can be made for those of us that have met all of the requirements and are here still waiting. It's been a year. Basically, if it were turned into a grant, that would just allow us to open quicker. Because it would free up a lot of money for our business as far as the equipment and working capital goes. Either way, we do appreciate the opportunity to come here and let you know that this money will stay within the community if granted or if money. But we're hoping for a resolution today, so to take that into consideration. We've been waiting a very long time.
The next public speaker is Michael Jones.
I just had a question. So with the new programs, it would we be in consideration because we've been here from the beginning? I know it's going to go into a tier kind of a like system. Would we be able to be at the top since we've been here, application is already in, everything is done? Or will we have to, go through the process slowly again, even longer and kind of not know,
I think that's what we're trying to discern tonight. So we'll have.
That's
I understand.
Thank you.
The next public speaker is Sergio Guillen.
So, Madam Mayor, Council, thank you for this, opportunity to speak a little bit. We also are, my wife and I are entrepreneurs. We're, looking to start a Hollister first photo shop. We've spoken to, the owner of this, building on the corner of, San Benito and 4th Street. And she does have some units available, and we would like to also, get on the list to apply for the, small business loan or grant to get something like that started. Quick note. So this type of business would attract, the whole entire family, not only because we will be providing the drinks, but also different varieties of foods. So this business would be incorporating a lot of modern design, lighting, and furniture. So this would be something that would attract people to come back on a regular basis. We would also be employing the community, not only local employees, but we would also be contributing to such services such as the ladies that were here earlier with the animals doctor and stuff like that. We want to get involved with the community as well. And if there's anything that I need to know as far as what we need to do in order to get on the list or to be considered for this opportunity, that'd be great. Thank you.
The next public speaker is Edgar Mayorga.
First of all, I want to say thank you, everybody. Everybody's been a long process. Thank you. And thank you, Dave, and thank you, Christine. You guys been really helpful with us. Just a quick comment. On the recommendation, it says, receive direction with two family loan application. I want to emphasize that one, because that's one of our applications. With this new loan process, I believe there's going to be more time. So I just want to see if, like, the children, if we can get a decision, let's see if we can help us out. Thank you.
Thank you.
Those are all the public comments we have for this item.
So we have some discussion. Councilmember Burns.
Happy to apply. So I do support repealing it and replacing it. I'll put that out, but I also want to get the folks that have been on or in the process for the long haul, some definite direction tonight as we can as a council. I don't want to jump into a grant program. I'm very concerned with the current economy, that as I understand it from the prognosis, maybe on a positive 1% growth in the next year, the next fiscal year, but it's also seen it as budget neutral and even negative one. And so for me, that's a concern. I know that this is ARPA money, but I also recognize going into contract negotiations with our employees. I also recognize that at some point we may want to be investing in a communication center for our police department. There's just a lot of other needs for this community. And so I absolutely want to commit to what we agreed to with the first one for the bailiff. Matching those kind of commitments if we can get there. But if we can't, then the folks that apply need to know that, because it's not nice to keep kicking this can down the road. So I do like very much, Casey, what you talked about, and it's your approach, and I would be open to that moving forward, but I want to get this thing resolved first, and then let's look at that. I also heard Councilmember Perez say that he doesn't think, if I heard him correctly, that we should be in the loan business. I couldn't agree more with that. I think as a staff, we historically are understaffed, overworked. We're working as smart as we can, as fast as we can, and we can't keep up. I believe you far more demanding things that are time sensitive and should exceed
critical to the operation of the city at large. And so, I'm open to what you talked about. I would like to hear more about the success stories for the cities that you talked about. And I'm not opposed to $25,000 grant. I like the tiered approach, but, I want to get to these folks either a clear, definitive yes or no ASAP, because it's not nice to live under that guide. Also, one of the applicants talked about how their small business administration loan was pending our decision. I'm wondering if there's a way that they could, I heard you, Casey, I heard you say that, there could be some sort of a tiered effect where for every dollar we put in, three come back. And so I don't want to confuse those, but, I like the approach, and I don't know if there's something we could do to push them down that road if they want to go as well to maximize in that regard, but we absolutely as a council need to come to some conclusion, recognizing we've got limited resources, and let's talk about this, and then I think we talk about that after. Thank you.
Yeah, if I could clarify, and I apologize, I may have introduced some confusion in the discussion. So if you know, the presentation, the quick update Casey gave was more around what the other cities were doing, which, you know, we had received a council request on it and felt that it was the right thing to bring to you. The recommendation in front of you today is to basically repeal the program and then an acknowledgement of the two applications that are out there pending to get them over the finish line, to continue reviewing and go through that process. One has already received the contract and has gone through that process, so I'm fairly confident that that would be a quick resolution, just going through that final process. And then introducing the other loan back in to the consideration as well, because we had given them the option of, hey, we may have a new program, which way we want to go. We ended up not going that way, so we wanted to bring them back in. So basically, you have the repeal, work with the two to get them over the finish line. And then ultimately, if the city does go a grant route, if they are eligible for whatever grant is created and developed and they compete, then those grant funds, if awarded, would go towards the balance of that. So I don't, you know, I want to apologize if I introduced any confusion with Casey's presentation as to it impacting the folks here in the room.
Thank you. I think that was clear, and I appreciate the additional information. And so I'm going to absolutely support repealing and replacing and trying to get these folks to the same time. Thank you. Thank you, man.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to thank all of you guys for being here again tonight. I've gotten to know you over the year. So thank you for coming out. Thank you for being so patient. I 100% agree with what Councilmember Burke said. Let's repeal, let's get these two applicants to the finish line. And then I'd be interested in hearing more about this sort of stuff in the future. Thanks.
Councilmember Perez. Vice Mayor.
So, Brandon, what would be the timeline if we were, if this is past night, what would be the timeline for the two applicants? I think that's one of the questions we're all, that everyone's wondering.
Sure. So one applicant basically was just in a position of waiting for some comments back from the contract itself. So I think we've reached resolution there, so that should be fairly quickly. The other applicant, I would take a look and go through and make sure we're not missing anything. Provide that contract template, because the contract has been developed and updated since their original application. Put that in front of them, similar process we went through with the other applicant. And if they have everything in place, we will be in a position to sign within the authority tonight.
You said that completing something like 3 weeks, 3 months, 6 months.
For the complete application that we have on hand, I could see it, any, you know, attorney review being within a week.
And the other?
I need to look and see what documents we have on their file, because that file was done before I was in the program, but I'll give that a review. I will review it tomorrow and then follow up with them if there are any missing documents. They were working under the assumption originally that that one was ready to go, so I'm going to work them to premise that the items they were asked to provide are there, but I need to do that.
Thank you.
Follow up. So actually, isn't there 3 applications that were waiting?
I was under the impression that that application was not eligible under the existing program.
Why wasn't it eligible? Can we remember about it?
I would caution council from talking about people's financial situations.
I can take another look at it.
Thank you.
Any other comments? Just running through, I agree with everyone that we need to go ahead and process those applications as quickly as possible. And I agree on the feeling, sunsetting it was, feeling it. I would like to explore your in a program. I don't want to be in one business. I have to have the staffing to do that. But, and I certainly don't want to be in one either. So, I really would like to see what kind of competitive program developed. Have a specific number of awards each year, have a specific amount, maybe 25,000. You know, something simple that we can share with as many businesses as possible to that. That's my understanding is, I do have a motion.
So
And is there a second? Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, motion carries 5-0. And move on to reports. Hollister motorcycle rally update and direction. Do you have a staff report? Acting city manager?
At the last meeting, we were asked to come back with an update regarding fencing around the downtown area for the motorcycle rally. And if we could get quotes in time for this meeting. We do have some preliminary quotes, and I'd like to pass it to our police chief to give a brief update on that. Thank you. We did look into getting a quote. We received one quote to enclose the entire downtown from 4th Street to South Street, East Street tomorrow. And that quote came in at $15,000 for the fencing. And in regards to the idea of fencing the downtown, that has been brought up before. It's been brought up by several different over the years, different organizers have contemplated that. And with the problem that creates with the fencing is the requirement for personnel to man those entrances and exits. Fire department will require an exit at every intersection for car control in case of an emergency, and that would require staff to be there. And the whole point of having a fenced off area is also to be able to charge fees, but more importantly, you would be able to search people before they come into the event. That creates with multiple entrances, that creates a problem as to who's doing the searching and how much staff is dedicated to doing that. As you move forward, you would have to decide how are you going to designate who's paid their fee and who has not, and there's problems associated with that, whether there's bracelets or other kind of mechanism in place, and then have staff dedicated to ensuring that that's not happening. That people are not exchanging their bracelets or doing something else. Years ago, we had an attempt to charge people for parking in downtown. And a sticker was applied to their headlight when they paid their ticket to park downtown. And I think within a couple of hours, there was counterfeit stickers being placed on all the motorcycles. So the true cost is not the actual cost of the fencing, the rental of the fencing. It's in the staff that would be required to ensure that the perimeter at all times, if nobody's moving the fence, they're by nature movable. And they can be either jumped over or moved in, and so you need staff posted along the fence to make sure that's not happening. We've had concerts recently around the United States where large groups of people have not built fences and entered into the event. So you need to have that staff. The bottom line is It's not the cost of the fencing, but it would essentially double the security personnel that you would need to have an event like this. And in regards to the staffing, nothing has changed since the last time we presented a report here in regards to staffing at police departments across the state. They're still suffering with the same situation that we are in, the lack of adequate applicants and people that are willing to be police officers. We also have, in regards to fencing an area, we also have Blue Park, and I know that was suggested before. That's a fenced off area. You don't have to worry about businesses that are in the downtown. And one of the considerations for fencing off and charging a fee to enter, there's multiple businesses in the downtown. How do you establish? Do they have to pay? Do their customers have to pay to enter the downtown or not? If somebody has a beauty salon, are they going to require their customers to pay an entrance fee to go to their appointments and et cetera? There is possible things you could do. You could allocate a certain number of free entrances or some way to establish what businesses, how many they would have. But it also complicates the issue and you require more staff to be dedicated to doing stuff like that. One other thing that has been discussed very briefly is a proposal for a future racetrack down at the edge of town. If that ever happens, that is properly annexed into the city. That is a good possibility. That is an enclosed area that could be easily monitored, and you don't have other businesses inside that you have to worry about. But I mean, I think that's best case scenario. We're looking at 2025. I think that might be that's contingent on a lot of different things falling in place. But that's basically it. The fencing isn't very expensive at all. It's the manpower that is needed to monitor an event that's and surrounded downtown like that.
Thank you for the report. Do you have, I guess there's some discussion around this? This is not a, this is just discussion.
Well, thank you. So Chief, thank you. I appreciate that. I was really expecting that the cost would be significant and I recognize it's just one element. I do wonder if we were to do further research, and I know that we want to really move this thing forward. This is so consistent with my experience on council that we delay, and then we cancel. If we were to want to look at this further with regard to the fencing, I don't necessarily know that it would have to be law enforcement personnel specifically to monitor the fencing. If we have police presence within the event itself, if we were to use security staff, or if it was maybe in lieu of using security staff, we were to hire or pay, and I'm just going off the top of my head now, contribute money to local service clubs for that, kind of like I know I've seen in the past where they would go down and they'd sell water, or they would do this, or they would do that. And do we need to have a gate at each, only at the intersection? So what is that? There's maybe 8 intersections, maybe 8 people, 8 gates for a means of ingress and egress. And then my final thoughts were, I know you guys are using the drone because I know the drone, I see it on social media, and certainly in previous years we've had either the highway patrol or other agencies put helicopters in the sky, and so I'm not at the point where I want to say no go. Also think that you could find there's got to be other ways to have people when they come in, they pay for it. That helps to offset the cost of the fencing and security. You could absolutely, and I recognize that there could be people that would create another sticker, but rather than even go to the sticker, I'm just picking arbitrary numbers for conversation. $20 to come in and park your scooter or your car, or maybe restricted only scooter, motorcycle. And when you leave, that's it, you're done. And I think there are ways to simplify things to actually generate the cost to offset the overhead, whether it be for law enforcement, whether it be for security, whether it be for fencing, whether it be for any of these things. And so, I'm just throwing out ideas and I don't know what the answers are, and I don't have any expectations, but I'll stop at that. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Chief. I look for your response.
Councilmember
Thank
Resendez.
you, Madam Mayor. It's a Groundhog Day in the city of Hollister, folks. Every single year, we have the same conversation and the same result since I've been on the council. It's very, very, very disappointing. This is what we're known for. This is a huge economic development opportunity for our local businesses, our residents. It's really, really disappointing to be up here when I know this is one of the #1 issues that I'm asked about, especially in my district. So much so that we put it on the ballot. I understand that there's logistics that go into planning these things. I know we have to prioritize safety, but if we have to look at it from a different perspective, and if it's not just on the PD, we have a lot of new people working here. What can we do to combine the efforts of some of the new admin to make this happen? The problem is every single year, it's the same thing. And then we get to a point where we cannot have it because for one reason or another, it typically comes down to time constraints, and we're there. We're there. Let's be realistic about this, right? So I'm always going to support the biker rally because I think and I feel that's what we need in our city. And I think and I feel like that's what my constituents ask me to do. But at some point, we need to pull the trigger on this thing. Let's vote yes or no, and let's move forward and start planning for a future year. And let's get to yes. Those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Councilmember Perez.
Again, we're going over the same old stuff that he says. It's been going on since who knows how long. I support the biker rally, but I also support that we have enough staff. And if we don't have the staff, it ain't happening. I am not gonna vote yes on it. Bottom line, sorry people, but you know what? This is not about just the biker rally and what we're known for. This is about life. And you know, maybe it's because I had a near-death experience this last year, not with myself, but with someone else that I love. You know what? Ain't nothing worth it to me. No, I would not put anybody in my position that I was at for that. And is it promised that just because we have security that it's going to be safe? No. But as far as me being able to look myself in the mirror because something bad happens, I just can't do that. I will not do that.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mayor. I support the bike rally. I think, if we are gonna move forward, we need to plan, and if we don't plan, then we're not gonna be able to have it. We also need adequate staff in order to do that, so I don't know if we need to come back with either a work plan or an assessment of whether we can actually move forward or not. I think that the more we push it down the line, the answer will be to no, just because of the lack of planning. The business subcommittee was to address this, I think, but through a lot of logistical and staffing issues, it never actually came to fruition. So if we are gonna move forward, then the subcommittee, which Rick and Roland are part of, should really take this and either move forward or just come back and say, due to time, due to resources, it's not moving forward. It's just, I mean, it's that's a yes or no. But I don't know what that is, but what is it?
I'm happy to have that discussion. I've been a lot for me, but the position's always going to be a support of it.
I mean, I don't think there is anyone in this room that would support it. I think it's more of, if we don't plan, it's not gonna happen. If we don't have staff, it's not gonna happen. If we, say yes the day before the back rally, I mean, it's not gonna happen. It is what it is.
Okay. Yeah, this is a tough one, and it just seems like it comes back every year, and it's always the same story. I think everyone would like to have the library, but I want a safe bike routing, and I think that's also a concern. You know, we haven't been able to provide the adequate security. I know the chief has spoken about it multiple times. Having on the 4th of July or 4th of July weekend, other police departments are busy, you know, chasing down illegal fireworks and things. So getting staffing at that, you know, and I know that was one of the questions on the ballot. I was unhappy with how the questions were worded. You know, just saying, hey, we want to have a party. Of course, they're going to say yes, but if there was more information provided, maybe the answer would have been different. But because there is a big cost to this, you know, and to my knowledge, we haven't ever really adequately figured out if we are making money or if businesses are really making money off of this. You know, there's different sides. So, you know, those are all things that, you know, are concerning. But for me, the bottom line is the security. If we can't provide it, then we can't have it. And unless something changes, I don't see it. I don't see it happening. So.
Right, this is another question, concerns that, Councilman Burns brought up, the entrances, we need exits at the intersections, they don't all have to be entrances, into the exits. But they still have to be manned to make sure nobody comes in through the exit. And, in regards to not having police do the security, we tried volunteers in the past, and we've had volunteers walk away from their responsibilities. We've had in the gardens, a lot of volunteers are the ones actually participating in selling their nonprofits. And some of the volunteers would continue to sell the people that are intoxicated because they didn't fear that confrontation. And this is what happens when you don't have people that are properly trained, and it's not really fair to them to confront, you know, any people that want to drink, and they're supposed to say no. Under the ABC training, we had that happen a lot. And when you do hire security, you try that as an option. If you don't know who you're hiring, what policies they follow, and anything that they do, it is a liability. Or if they go too far or they don't have, it's a liability on the city's part. So I know that the comments from me is the same thing. The situation hasn't changed. So it's continuing to be the same thing. And it's not a lack of planning. We can plan for this, but we're telling you there's no security. There's no commitment from any police department that like we had in previous years. The last time the rally happened was in 2017. It's been a long time. A lot of things have changed since then. And these police departments are telling me that they're not able to assist. So it's not a lack of planning, it's a lack of resources available to us.
Steve, I've heard what you said. Is that likely to change in the next 3 months?
Next 3 months, no. I don't think in the next 3 months, I think that. Yeah, definitely not the next 3 months.
So if we were to cancel the rally yet again for the 3rd year in a row that I've been involved with, and currently it's happened, we're on a roll here. Could we start the planning tonight to move forward to have a rally in 2024? It feels like we've got enough time. It seems like my concern is the problem really is getting mutual aid resources. But since I've been on council this 3rd year consecutively, that's been a conversation. The first year it was COVID related, but my sense is we'd have been there anyway. So I've heard it said that we make money. I'm not convinced I've seen the statistical data to support that. Matter of fact, I actually did ask, I believe, the director of EDC, I'll get through the alphabet eventually. If they have the ability to practice, because again, I'm not opposed to growing a city park. We just threw one that cost the city about 150 grand, as I recall, different clientele, different reason. But the reality is, my sense is we're never gonna have enough security to police the event based on what I'm hearing you say, and that And part of it, again, this council suggested maybe we look at alternative weekend. It was clear from the community response that that wasn't the case. But I guess sometimes we have to make hard decisions, and we've kind of been elected to do that. And it doesn't always mean that we're gonna be popular. And so I'm okay with not being popular. But if we were to pick an alternative week in July, would you have a better opportunity to possibly get more resources? And I know I'm putting you on the spot. But maybe reach out to your other chiefs, other sheriffs, and see if it's a date thing, that's one thing. If it's just the bottom line is we're never gonna get the resources, like Councilmember Resendez, I think we just need to do this or that. Let's do something other than continue to go, well, we don't know. So
I think that in other years, the switching the date would have been very, very helpful. And I think that with these agencies, and the reason they're not responding or offering any help is because every department is suffering through low staffing in the police. You've got a huge amount of people retiring and very few people coming into this industry. And various reasons over the last few years, there's a lot of negativity, a lot of bad press, and a lot of people that are able to be police officers are not taking that route anymore. And I don't know how long it's going to take for that to change, but just simply changing a week to another week at this point, I don't think changes anything in regards to staffing in the cities in our area and in reputable study. I've never been to this point where I ask and nobody responds back. In the past, before 2017, people were eager to come down and help us, and we would be giving contracts up into the last minute trying to get enough people. It wasn't ever enough people at the first stage, the early 2000s. There was a lot of help from CHP back then, but they also weren't charging the full fee. And now everyone is that was eager to help us. They were charging us. The helicopters that you mentioned before, when they were here, we didn't pay for those. It was CHP doing it. Now they're saying that the resources they're going through low staffing as well. So their resources aren't a possibility at this point, or they can't guarantee that they'll be able to help us. It is a statewide phenomenon. It's not just that they don't want to help us, it's just they don't have the resources. And I don't see that changing just because we change it to another weekend.
Real quick, thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to thank you, you're always genuine, you're always honest, whether it's what we want to hear or not. And I sincerely believe you, and I appreciate that, and I just want to thank you for that. Because I think that's what we need sometimes. But having said that, I'm not going to let two things I'm going to ask. Number one, that we bring it back for a vote. We've got to put this on the record. We've got to have it for a vote. And number two, if we can get someone else or get you some help to see what we can do, because we've got a lot of other things going on in how other cities are doing this or how we can make this happen. If we do it this year or if we don't, but that would be my two asks, okay? Sorry, Mayor.
Are other cities doing this in California? Is there anybody else that does a motorcycle rally in California, period, or in the Western United States?
I think there's events, smaller events. They're not like the ones we have. The most similar one, the one in Leesburg, Florida, is very similar. They take over their downtown, and it's the closest one to us. Other rallies are on private property. They're either in casinos or in areas, as in Sturgis, that only opens up for that event, and the rest of the year they may be shut down. So we're the only ones this type, but as far as events like this are not occurring anymore. They're usually in venues that are enclosed, like concerts and stuff like that. And for instance, the Garlic Festival still canceled, and it wasn't necessarily because of the shooting that happened there. They were already starting to lose money because it was so expensive to put on. And since then, we've had a lot of terrorist attacks across the nation, a lot of, like I mentioned, some of the concerts, people storming in there and a lot of civil unrest associated with concerts and events of this kind. You have events like what happened in Las Vegas, that tragedy that happened there. And you always have that risk when you put so many people together. It's not just the motorcycle gangs that show up, that the criminal element is the potential for being a good target for those that would want to be acts of terrorists. So you have to plan for all of that. And you have to try to get as many security personnel to plan for all those different things that could happen. And it just, we're not at that point, and I don't see when that's going to change.
Thank you, Chief. I appreciate that. City Manager, I'm wondering, I've heard Council Member Resendez asked to bring this back for a vote. Could we just not do it tonight through a consensus, a roll call consensus? Maybe I'm creating something brand new here, but I think we get to the same thing maybe 2 weeks sooner.
Yeah, you could do a roll call consensus
Oh,
if
I
you
like that.
wanted, just for the record.
Right.
But
Because I think
you
that's
could do it
the-
either way. You could bring it back
Okay.
for a vote, or
Okay.
you could do a roll call consensus. But before you do that and before you open it to the public, you're past 10 o'clock. So you may want to get consensus to continue.
Do we have consensus to finish up? Do we have consensus? Yes?
Yes.
Okay. Let's turn it into high gear. One more comment, Mr. Resendez.
Regardless of the outcome of this roll call vote, thank you for that, by the way, Councilmember Burns. Rick Perez and Roland Resendez are happy to go to Daytona Beach or Sturgis to see how things are. In fact, we were supposed to go. Weren't we supposed to go?
So
We're happy to go and see how they do it. Up there. Oh, God, don't go there.
All right. So does the council wish to do a roll call vote in regards to this?
I think we need to take public comment.
Oh, I'm sorry. Public comment?
Yes, Mayor Case, we do have one public comment from Elias Salinas.
Thank you. So what you have had here for years, aside from COVID, is the expert sitting at the corner whom has done his homework, yet you send him to go back again and contact so-and-so because I'm not happy with his answer. It's not going to change. It hasn't changed. And if you're not aware of what's going on in the state of California with a shortage of law enforcement, then you're not watching the news, driving down the highway, looking at the signs of all these agencies. You're not listening to the radio where they're even giving bonuses and they cannot hire law enforcement. You need to listen to your expert who's done the work. Can you imagine the cluster, the liability that the city would gain should you decide to fence in an area and somebody lights up a firework and they think it's gunfire? Can you imagine the stampede, the liability that the city would be in because you decided to enclose everybody? I mean, there was just a woman that was killed over the weekend in a stampede at a concert. You don't want to put the city in any liability. And the fact that it just boggles my mind that you all decided, not this council entirely, to bring it to a measure for the voters to say whether or not you want to rally in the city, not knowing that that measure means nothing other than you can sit up here and say, see, the people voted for it. But that doesn't hold any water. It doesn't matter that they voted that they want the rally. And this rally has never made money for the city, for the businesses. It has actually cost the city money. It has actually cost the vendors, the local businesses money. The vendors that come from out of the area, they come out from out of California, and it's only an all cash basis. They don't report that. We don't get any sales tax from any of the vendors because they walk away with the cash. And what do we stay here? We stay here with the trash that has to get picked up. We have here the law enforcement bill that has to be done. And you have all that overtime for all those officers. The nonsense is over, please. Nothing is going to change between now and 2025 as well when it comes to staffing of law enforcement. Just vote no already.
Thank you.
Mayor Casey, we also have a speaker online, Carol Lenore.
Good evening, council. I'll be quick. It's late for you. I just wanted to, I happen to be listening and I really want to concur with Chief Reynoso. He's always been spot on where it comes to the rally. Well, most of your chiefs have been telling you the same thing. And I just want to say that this rally since 1997 has never had well, maybe it had a lack of planning in the beginning years with the volunteer staff, but it's not a lack of planning, and anybody saying that doesn't understand the process. You have a process. You sign a contract with a promoter. The promoter does your rally. The city's not in the rally business. We tried that. It wasn't good. It's, and now it's 2023. You have a whole different way of life now. Sad to say, only 25 years later, it's just not good. It's unsafe, and you don't need to keep hearing that. There's no cops to hire. I think the smart thing here is to move on to other events that maybe wouldn't be so intensive. And I know we have a lot of good events here that we do already. I don't have anything against the rally. I just get a little bit concerned. And then especially being in a downtown where I live down here, it's a little different than when you don't live right next to it. So I'd appreciate you listening to Chief of Police. I have a lot of respect for him. He laid it out for you. And I think you'd be wise to take his advice. Thank you very much for listening to me. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
Mayor Casey, those are all of the public speakers for this item.
Okay, so we want to take a roll call vote.
You're just gonna go down the line and see
Just
if you have
consensus.
consensus, but what are you getting consensus for? To hold it, to not
To
hold
not
it?
hold it, I assume. So we have consensus to not hold the rally this year. Councilmember Perez. Okay, Vice Mayor. So you're saying no. Okay. I say yes.
I want to hold a rally. I'm a no.
Well, this didn't work out for me. Now did it? I'm a no.
So we are holding the rally. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm a no rally.
You're a no
So
rally. So you're saying
sorry.
yes.
So
Thank you.
yeah, I desperately want to be,
Yeah.
but I just can't based on the information that's been presented. I wish we could, but no.
I'm sorry, Hollister.
Thank you. All right, so let's move to reports from city council members regarding committees on which they serve. Councilmember Burns.
Why couldn't we have done this on the last one? That's all right, Mayor. Thank you. I have nothing to report.
Councilmember Resendez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I sit on the intergovernmental committee. Last meeting we've been meeting with the hospital over a number of meetings, just hearing where they're at and what's going on. I guess what I would like to say is that we would like to encourage more transparency and more public discussions about what's going on at the hospital. I think that's where we're at now. So there's been a number of letters that have been written. The first one was from the intergovernmental committee, and I stated what that was, just what the hospital was telling us where they were at. The second one was a letter from the hospital to us. You might have read about this in the paper, and that they were not willing to meet right now. But then the last one, this is a draft one, Mr. Assistant City Manager. But what I'm hoping is that what we can do is when this draft one is completed, it's from the Intergovernmental Committee asking a few things from the hospital. Number one, that the hospital follows the recommendation of the Board of Supervisors, the CAO, the city managers to encourage more public discourse and transparency, to have Hazel Hawkins come to intergovernmental committees and at their time that's most convenient for them, which in their previous letters, they said probably in April. And then that We're asking them to have a joint meeting with us and their board of directors from the hospital. And we're asking them to reach out for more private donors. So if we can, if I can get consensus from the council to get these letters out, the last one when it's finalized, to the public, that would be my one ask. And then we've got future agenda items on the intergovernmental committee, homeless, landfilled, and then LGBTQ+ until we meet again with the hospital. That's my update.
Question, I'm a little confused because I thought the intergovernmental committee was sending these letters out. I didn't think the city was sending them out.
They didn't send them out to the press. I'm hoping that we can send them out to the press to make sure that everybody has a copy of them.
Yeah, the discussion at the meeting was once they had gone through draft form and were approved, which I believe they're out for the members of the committee to look at, that they would then be shared with the press.
Okay.
The intergovernmental committee would.
And then we were
Correct.
supposed to bring them back to our agencies, right? So then I did that today. I brought them all back to the agency, to the council members. Thank you.
All right. Councilmember Perez, any reports?
Didn't we ask for the council pay to be brought back?
What point of order? I thought we were on
We're just
committee.
I don't know.
Sorry.
I'm already out the door.
Well, you're gonna be very disappointed then.
Any committee reports?
No, we're good.
Vice Mayor, any reports?
We have a retreat for COG this Friday to get updates and get all of our new board members up to speed on all the projects. AMBAG meeting on Wednesday night, and I believe that's it until our next meeting.
Okay, thank you. I always like to be the last one because Councilmember Resendez covers the intergovernmental and Dolores covers Councilmember Morales covers the COGS. But the only thing I have to add as far as intergovernmental, I just want to just make sure to clarify, because I feel that there have been a lot of negative comments and some finger pointing out there with regard to the hospital. And I want to clarify that the reason the hospital could not attend is because they are in a special mediation. They cannot. It's part of what they're doing has to do with bankruptcy preparation, should that become an eventuality. So they aren't able to attend. And in fact, the last meeting we held where they did not come was because mediation was going on at the same time. So that is, we are looking at, hopefully, if they come back, making sure that they are able to attend. So there's that. And then the only other little bit of information, because I have kept in close contact with our hospital CEO, simply because I want to keep people apprised. It seems like things are changing very rapidly. They've been very successful in their cost-cutting measures. They've received some funding, and those efforts have extended the runway. We were talking about them being funded through April now. And in fact, I've heard it's reached beyond that. They're actually going to be able to keep the doors open into May. And that work that they're doing continues. And then the other little piece is that they aren't in negotiations with just 7 people. It's now up to 10 organizations that have signed non-disclosures. So there's a good bit of negotiation going on. And my understanding is that the hospital's requesting letters of intent and or proposals from these groups within the next few weeks. So there's certainly going to be more information coming out about the hospital. And that's all I have as far as committee. So do we want to move on then to informational reports from City Council? You want to start with City Manager? You want to?
Nothing to report.
Okay. And City Attorney?
Yes, so I provided a copy of our firm's updated 2023 Brown Act handbook to council and the staff. And I just want to point out the first page of that handbook highlights the new legislative updates relating to the Brown Act.
Thank you. All right, Councilmember Burns, informational items.
Oh, thank you, Mayor. Of course, as always. All right, so this is really important. And I think this is really important to us as a council, but to the community at large. I want to congratulate the Lady Baylors for their soccer team and their recent state championship. To me, that's huge. as far as I know, that's the first time that I'm aware of in my 20+ years here that we had a sports team bring home at the high school level a state championship. And so congratulations. Having said that, I would like to request that we issue a proclamation recognizing their accomplishment soon and invite them to the council meeting as a team so that we can honor their success. And I'd also like to suggest that council consider maybe hosting a little mini parade on a Saturday morning downtown with Hollister Downtown Association, because this is really kind of a big thing in my opinion. So just my 2 cents, but congratulations, Lady Baylors and all of those associated with their success. I would also like to request that we do fly the DACA Dreamers flag for a month to be determined at their decision. And I'd hope that this council would support that. We have a couple clubs I'm aware of at high school that are DACA club related, Dreamer Club related. And as we saw tonight, makes perfect sense to me. So I'd hope that this council will support that action as well. I wanted to make clear that I personally requested that we rename the community center and former city council member Pauline Valdivia's honor, and also name the park on Union, or now Cesar Chavez, in his honor. And it's been suggested to me that the city reached out to people that need to fill out the applications. Well, if I need to fill out an application, please get it to me, because I'd like to move that forward. My sense was, my recollection was the council was 100% supportive of both of those actions. I could be wrong, but I don't think so. I would like to get an update on the status of the stop work on the downtown monument sign. I'd like to get an update on where we stand with codifying and changing the city ordinance as it relates to the hearing officer and the requirements and the qualifications. I would like to understand better. We just recently completed a project where we dug up Hillcrest east of Memorial to El Toro. And I think the project's done, but the road's awful. And I'm hoping that there's some money to go in and repave the road as opposed to just patch it, because otherwise it's just another crummy road in the region. I would also like to get an update on the hiring of city staff as it relates to this chief building official and the building inspector. I know that there were recruitments, and I've not heard anything about where we stand. I'd like to have a status of a hiring of a maintenance worker to do painting of sound walls citywide. We've been talking about this for a couple of years, and frankly, they look awful. But we need to create a Hollister beige color or whatever, and just go out and do those. If we do it ourselves, we don't have to pay prevailing wage. And so I've been begging for that for 2 years now. And candidly, I'm losing some patience as a result of that. Would like to know where we stand on, or if we stand anywhere on rewriting Hollister Municipal Code 10.40.150, which deals specifically with non-ops on driveways for more than 30 days. And 10.40.100A, which talks about public hearings. I'd like to see council authorize that we change that from a public hearing to a hearing officer related matter. I would like to request that we get an Acela update. The past council, as I recall, approved, I want to say it was like $800,000, and I don't know what the rollout period of time is for that, but I would like to get an update in that. I'd also like to get an update. We authorized I believe we actually had a consultant come on board to do the police communication center update. And so for me, I think that would be important to see where we're at in that process. At our last council meeting, we had a couple come in. I believe they were Romero and Stephanie Marshall, if I recall their names correctly. They talked about a parklet that was going to be installed in the 300 block of Monterey that was going to affect their business. As I recall, they did customizing of vans at the location. They were very passionate. And I would like to know where we stand with regard to that, because that to me is a problem, frankly. And so also like to see us update Hollister Municipal Code 1.18 which refers specifically to the code enforcement office at 1000 Union, which we know doesn't exist anymore, and we know it's in the PD, so we need to go in and do the municipal code cleanup there. And one of the, I guess the last thing I'll stop at tonight will be, I would like to get clarification on the $2,500 for city council training and the $50,000 discretionary fund. I'm fine if we want to change that. I certainly have things I could absolutely do to improve money that I would invest in District 4 that I was elected to represent. But I'm a little concerned that we change the rules after things happen. And so we need clarification. My understanding was, and I thought it was clear for a previous council, that was to be used for traffic studies specifically. And so I would like this council to make some decisions, policy decisions, and I'll be good wherever we land with that. So with that, Mayor, thank you. That's my laundry list.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Resendez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just one thing. LGBTQ plus Pride Month is coming up. So as you heard from one of our speakers earlier, we do face a lot of challenges, not here in the city, not just here in the city of Hollister, but across the nation, across the world, right? I had a very lengthy conversation with the chief of police about some things that we can do to kick off sort of like an LGBTQ plus campaign for the city of Hollister. Some things we can do, and I'd like for us to have these brought back for discussion, are to ensure that the flags put up every month in the month of June, that we do like stickers with our logo that have the progressive flag on them and just hand those out. Not only during the month of June, but we should always have them. A lot of businesses do that. And we can ask businesses to put them in their windows if they want, right? Just seeing a little progressive flag there, it just says a lot to the kids and to the community to let them know that we're inclusive and we're accepting here in the city of Hollister. Email logos, you can also change the email logo and also have that logo with a progressive flag and allow staff members, if they so choose to, put that on the bottom of their logo for the month of June. Trainings, I think we heard from the speaker earlier, not only for our business, but our staffs. That sounds like that's something very valuable. And my whole thought behind this is if we can get this going here, then we can be like a model city. We can sort of have a template to share that for other cities or other agencies, that type of thing. And then last, like I did this when I was in college, just unisex restrooms, or just putting a white triangle on that bathroom, just so that people know that, you know, that we are a society that welcomes everybody and that we're open, inclusive community, especially for the LGBTQ plus community, especially during this time. So this is just some of the things that I'd like to see come back, and I'm hoping to get council consensus on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Perez. Informational.
Now I can speak.
Yes.
Yes, I wanted to know where we were at with the council pay. I know that was supposed to be was it supposed to be brought back?
You had consensus on it at the last meeting.
Oh, okay.
We're not in a position to bring it back at the following meeting. You know, because it was just the last meeting, so that's why it's not here today. But it is on the list,
Okay.
and it did get added. It's on the list that's in your agenda. So we'll.
And then the only other thing I'd like to follow up with is our tree program. I'd like to get that tree replacement program going as soon as we can, because it's like go look at Tiffany Drive, Tiffany and 7th, and it's like we took all their trees on this side and this side, and it looks bare. It looks really bare. Those are only two things I got.
Okay, Vice Mayor Morales.
Thank you, Mayor. I also support the DACA flag, and I agree with Councilmember Burns that it should be to be determined by the agency that brought it forward. Also just a friendly reminder about the food truck policy. I want to say that was January 17th, but I'm not sure. I think if we can get a status update and a time certain as to when that's actually coming back, that's very important. We also I think recommended to do an acknowledgement for Bill's bullpen. Thank you.
That's slated for the next meeting.
Great, thank you. And then I am concerned hearing, I believe it was Mr. Rojas talk about his experience. And while I know that there are jurisdictional issues in terms of what we can do, what I recommend is for our police department to follow up, because it almost sounded like a hate crime and there's potential discrimination issues there. So if that is the case, then I know that there is policy by law to look at discrimination, LGBTQ plus, hate crime reporting issues. What type of support does the city have? And also what is within our control and our jurisdiction is the sensitivity training. And the model county is Santa Clara County, and happy to provide the follow-up, and for that, they have an entire office dedicated to everything related to what government does. So I can ask the county to make a presentation to city council. And I do support the council member pays, so whatever that does come back. Thank you.
Okay. So I also support the DACA flag flying at their discretion. I also want to say that I was very interested in what Councilmember Resendez was talking about with the LGBTQ, just simple ways to encourage support. I thought it was really positive, and I would support that. And also the council pay, I think it does need to come back. We've talked about it before, and I think it's time. So as soon as we can get it on there. Just some other meetings that I've had. So I gave a talk to a troop of Girl Scout daisies. I think you met them tonight. They were here in the chambers last week, and it was pretty fun. The girls had a lot of really great questions about how we do our meetings, and I gave them each a chance to be mayor and bang the gavel. And we even did a mock council meeting about building a park, and they had great suggestions. So I see a lot of future leaders there. There was one that was particularly interested in the chief's job. So I'm just saying, but yeah, it was really exciting to see them all again. They're a very enthusiastic group. I also sat in on, I'm not a member, but I sat in on the final SEDS strategy committee meeting that was hosted by the EDC with their consultant. They're preparing the SEDS, which stands for the Comprehensive Economic Development Strategy. And this is pretty important because it's a submission that's going to provide eligibility and open the door for a number of federal funding programs. So their draft is, they're incorporating final comments, and hopefully it'll be finalized soon. The other meeting that I sat in on was the county's Economic Development Committee. I was invited to sit in and listen. It was really interesting to hear the supervisors talking, and also the community groups that came in to give input. And there was even some discussion regarding inviting the cities to join in and kind of collaborate there. So there's potential there. And I think that's it. So, Chief.
Thank you, Mayor.
Yes.
I just wanted to point out, I share Councilmember Dolores's concerns, and Captain Betano actually spoke to the gentleman when he finished his presentation, and we're taking a police report on that. So yeah, that is concerning, of course. And I wanted to add also that our supervisor for code enforcement, Sergeant Matt Weiss, he was able to actually, over the years, it's been a struggle to find out who's responsible for the railroad tracks outside of off of San Felipe Road. It's they're responsible type of thing. Through his diligence, he was able to locate an actual law enforcement officer for Railroad who is very cooperative, who's actually has a big district. He actually works in Fresno as well. He has a big area to. Yes, but he is going to provide signs for no trespassing signs, metal signs by the railroad. Our city staff has agreed to put them up. So we're really excited about this new contact, and that even though there's already a scheduled cleanup date for tomorrow already for that area. And then our city crew is going to come in afterwards and get rid of all the graffiti and all that stuff. We think that with the signs and with the commitment from the railroad police now, that we'll be able to be on top of it a little bit better with people who are actually responsible for that area. And one of the comments from the public was that railroad owns half the area, and why don't we do something for the other half? The railroad owns all of it. That whole corridor, both sides, it's the railroad. So we're happy to hear that now we have a commitment from them to actually help the city keep it and keep it clean. And the only other thing is I met the young lady who's going to be the chief. I told her I'm just keeping it warm for her. She was a very, very inspirational young lady.
Focus.
That's all.
Thank you for that, Chief. And I just question for you, because there was an explosion of a propane tank. Can you tell me what happened?
That's exactly what happened. There
It
was a,
just was an explosion.
well, they're using propane to stay warm, and it
Oh.
doesn't, if those tanks, if they leak, or if it wasn't, if there's an ignition,
Okay.
there was an explosion, and there was a secondary explosion because it was a fire, and then something else exploded as
Got it.
well. So that comment that she made, that she heard 2 explosions, that was accurate.
Thank you.
Yeah, speaking of homeless, I have had a lot of complaints too about the homeless. Dunn Park. I did see police officers out there the other day, but and I've noticed that some of the trash has been picked up by the city. I seen them picking it up. Yeah, I just hope. I mean, because with the homeless, we keep playing that game of just kick them out of here. You know, it's the routine. So I'm really glad to see that, you know, we're looking outside the box to work with in collaboration with all these other agencies so that we can address that issue. Thank you. Can you keep them out of Dunn though?
Well, yeah, unfortunately, there's no fence in that area, and but we do have 2 CSO officers that are in the training process. So once they're completed their training program, one of their duties will be to go through all the parks and make sure that there's no violations happening.
Thank you.
Our city ordinance. And you are correct, police were out there. We did receive some complaints, and there were some carts taken away, and city staff were able to go pick those up and transport them to the city yard.
Thank you.
City manager.
Yeah, I just want to verify, I've heard most consensus just through your comments, but Councilmember Burns had the issue of proclamation, invite the Lady Baylor soccer team.
Absolutely.
DACA flag, I think I saw more than 3. Food truck policy, I do have Christine here, and we can give you a quick 2-minute update on that. I did have her ready to give some dates and a quick update on that, so.
Okay.
Yeah, it'll be just the dates.
Just the dates. So the next date, we would be doing a planning commission study session in April. To be the first, the planning commission is holding study sessions once a month now, in addition to their regular planning commission meetings. The council is invited to attend or watch that meeting. It always expedites when we're able to do a joint meeting, but I understand that we can't. I believe that's April 13th. Also at April 13th, there'll be additional ordinances that will be coming introduced to the planning commission for that study session. After that study session, staff will work very hard to bring that ordinance back. Usually it's within a couple of weeks to introduce to the planning commission. Hopefully it goes very well, and then we'll be able to get it up to council.
And that was the end of the items that I needed to get consensus on.
LGBTQ plus.
I think we got it. I think I saw it.
Thank you.
Yeah, definitely.
So did you have any other updates then?
No, not at this time.
Okay. So we can move on to the Hollister Successor Housing Agency, the annual report on the Hollister Successor Agency Low and Moderate Income Housing Asset Fund for fiscal year 2021-22.
Jamila, can I cut you off really quick? I'm sorry. There was also consensus on the DACA flag.
Yes.
Just real quick, kind of skipped over this section.
I'm so sorry.
Just
sorry.
on the Excel, the environment's been provisioned. It's ready to move forward. We've been working with the implementation team to basically work with the departments to start getting documentation in and start building a plan. We have a kickoff meeting for the project with all the departments and the implementation team on the 14th of March. So next week.
So we're moving along with that.
Paul, do you have an anticipated rollout date at this point, or is it still premature, too early?
It's probably still a little bit premature, but I'm still hoping for, late this year.
Thank you.
And I'm sorry, City Clerk, did you have anything to report?
Mayor Casey, nothing to report.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jamila.
Yeah, last but not least, again, Jamila Saka, Housing Programs Coordinator. As a requirement of the Housing Successor Agency to the former Redevelopment Agency, before you tonight is the fiscal year report for 2021, 2022. Tonight, staff recommends the City Council review and accept the report. Next, we will, when approved, post the information to our City of Hollister webpage. And as a requirement, it will be included in our general plan annual progress report that is sent to HCD and the Office of Planning and Research, known as APR. And I can provide any answers to any questions.
Okay, do we have questions from council? Councilmember Burns?
I have no questions, Mayor. Thank you.
Councilmember Resendez?
No, Madam Mayor, thank you.
Councilmember Perez?
Thank you.
And Vice Mayor? And I have no questions. Do we have public comment?
There are no public comments for this item.
So is there a motion to approve this item?
So moved.
Is all in favor?
Yes.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. Do we have a motion to adjourn the meeting? Second? All those in favor?
Aye.
All right, motion carries. The meeting is now adjourned. Okay, at least it wasn't midnight.